Did they ask the
Wait,
roommate?
did they just call Kyle Rittenhouse?
We need to do something to take about 5 minutes. Can
Are you serious?
step out just into the library here for a sec? Anybody who wants to go upstairs may do so, but this will be less than 5 minutes, I'm expecting.
Are they calling Kyle? Because he just stood up and someone
That's
in the
what
chat
he
said.
said. They're calling Kyle Rittenhouse.
Let me just go check the results of that Twitter poll. Jack Posobiec retweeted an emphatic no. Do not call him. Jury, while they're pausing, did anyone ask that witness the question, so you would lie to protect your friend? They didn't ask him that in redirect?
I don't know if it was that specific, but they did go ahead with they hit back on the lie.
Yeah.
Did they mention any correlation between the potential effect of that Facebook post on his $10 million lawsuit?
No, because I don't think that guy's a party to the suit, so I don't know that he could comment on it.
Your lawyer has called you to testify as a witness in this case, and I just want to advise you what your rights are. You are allowed to testify if you wish under the Constitution, and no one can keep you from testifying, even your own lawyer, if that's what you want to do. If you do decide to testify, then the district attorney will be allowed to cross-examine you about anything that is relevant to this case. And that, are there any claimed prior?
He's not going to limit the scope of cross.
90608.
What we've had testimony regarding the things he said about not shooting anyone.
No. I'm talking about prior instance of dishonesty under 90608.
No.
Okay. So that's not an issue. The district attorney will also be allowed to ask you if you've got any criminal history or juvenile adjudications. Are there any of that?
Not aware of it.
Okay. And you could be asked about any other crimes, wrongs, or prior events that I think I've ruled on everything that's been presented to me.
You have left the door open on some things, Your Honor.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about it, and nothing, I've not heard anything in the case that would suggest to me that I would change any of those rulings. Unless there's something else on that, I don't need to cover that in terms of a possible inquiry. He will be able to ask you anything which is relevant to this case, germane, pertinent to this case.
Which is
and
everything.
you will have to answer those questions, even though it may ensnare you in some other criminal prosecution. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about that at all?
No, Your Honor.
You also have a right not to testify if you don't wish to do so. And if you decide that you do not wish to testify,
Too late for that now.
then no comment can be made on your silence by the district attorney. And I will not comment on your silence unless I am asked by your attorney to do so. And the only comment that I would make on it, if I were asked to do so, would be to instruct the jury that the defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify.
He's telling you
and
not
that
to.
your silence should not be considered by the jury in any manner in deliberation or in reaching their verdict. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that'll be a choice that I would ask Mr. Sharofsky or Mr. Richards at a later point as to what you wanted to do if you decided not to testify, but that won't be an issue if you decide that you do want to testify, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about this at all?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to discuss this matter with your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to think about what you're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You think what you're doing
Are
is
you
best in
sure?
those circumstances?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or pressured you or forced you in any way with respect to this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this?
No, Your Honor.
Is your mind clear today?
Yes, Your
Are
Honor.
you feeling all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you
Is
had
this normal? Is this standard questioning by the judge?
any drugs or
Yes.
controlled
I think so.
substances of any kind within the last 24 hours?
No, Your
Because
Honor.
he has to, I mean, if he's giving up his
Should
Fifth
not
Amendment rights, he has to be absolutely sure.
Consistent with advice of counsel.
Okay.
Oh my!
Any
I'm not
questions?
aware of any reason.
Okay. All right then. Anything else?
May I just have a moment to run back to my office real quick? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me just go get my giant folder of questions that I didn't think I'd ever get to ask this kid. Is what Binger just said.
Oh my God.
Binger's going to go. relieve some nervous tension. He can't believe he's just gotten this gift.
So yesterday I suggested that I asked the question, is the scope on cross-examination in a criminal case different from in a civil case? And we ended up talking about the Fifth Amendment a little bit. An experienced friend on Twitter sent me the following DM last night. The limit on cross being limited to the scope of direct does not apply in criminal cases to the degree that it applies in civil cases. That's because the Fifth Amendment, that's because of the Fifth Amendment, and that the prosecution cannot put the defendant on the stand. So two things can happen. The judge can simply allow the prosecution to expand the scope of cross, or because he's waived his Fifth Amendment rights, the prosecution can call him in rebuttal as their own witness, have him declared hostile, and go to town. So I don't know how that is even remotely consistent with the beginning of this statement and what I thought, which was that there is some limitation. It sounds almost as if there's virtually no limitation, and something that the judge said just now sounded a lot like that.
Yeah, it's why you don't do it.
People in the chat are saying, don't count the kid out. He's smart. It's not a question of that. It's just that there's no real benefit to be gained from this, and arguably only exposure and
Right.
the loss. What's he going to say that the witnesses haven't already said?
Yeah, that's the real thing. I'll tell you what he's going to say that the witness, or what he could say that the witnesses haven't already said. Something that would compromise his ability to not say something else. That's the risk, is that if he gets up on the stand and says anything regarding his character, if he says he's a peaceful person, if he says that he doesn't engage in violence and that he's just a good boy, then they get to bring up the fact that he got into a fight and there's videos where he's punching a woman in the face. They get to bring up the fact that he sat in a CVS truck wishing that he had his gun with him so he could shoot people who he believed were stealing things out of that CVS. He could open the door to prejudicial prior acts that are irrelevant to this. If he says, I'm not a member of any organizations, maybe they can attack his later association with the Proud Boys, even though it would normally be irrelevant to this case and has been excluded from being mentioned at the time. This is just a bowl of risk with basically no reward, because I think, Viva, you just said they've already made their case. There's nothing you need.
Nick, he answers one question factually incorrectly, and then they get. For
He's
whatever
talking to you,
reason,
Viva.
he answers one question incorrectly. I just got scolded by the judge. One question incorrectly, and they'll get to contradict him, admit documents or evidence which have not yet been seen on the basis that I didn't know he was going to lie, and then turn him into the liar on the stand, even if it's just an honest mistake or doesn't remember. Like some of the other witnesses don't remember very specific details. Anyone else notice a change in the judge's demeanor right now, or am I projecting? Judge is leaning back now. In my opinion, I do not believe that the judge believes what's going on.
You may be seated.
Can I ask you to stand, please, and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Kyle Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse,
Kyle, where do you reside?
Walworth County,
How old are you?
18.
On August 25th of 2020, did you come to downtown Kenosha to look for trouble?
No.
Would you have shot Joseph Rosenbaum if he hadn't chased you trying to take your firearm?
Objection, leading.
I'm spent leading.
Would you
Would you
I'll
is
get to it.
Yeah.
leading.
Yeah.
you a high school?
Well, it's speculation.
Yes.
What high school?
Penn Foster Online High School.
Are you currently enrolled in any further studies?
I'm a college student studying nursing at Arizona State University.
Online.
Who do you currently live with?
My mom and
I'm going to say
sister.
this. This is the wrong thing
Direct
to
your
do.
attention
I'm 100%
to
against this. This is
25th.
ridiculous having him on the
Agreed.
stand. 100% ridiculous.
Antioch, Illinois.
Do you remember the address?
286 Anita Terrace, apartment 104, Antioch, Illinois.
Who did you live with there?
My mother and 2 sisters.
They made him fully
Your
dox
father's
himself.
name?
Michael Rittenhouse.
No, that's his former
Back
address.
on August
Oh.
25th of 2020, where did he reside?
He lived in Kenosha, in the city
Showing
of
his ties to Kenosha.
behind in the apartments behind the Pick and Save on 50th. On 50.
Do you have any other family that's from Kenosha?
Yes.
What?
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
Okay. There's been testimony in this trial about the firearm in question, which has been marked states 28. You've seen that gun?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had that gun ever left the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Now, before this event happened on August 25th of 2020, did you have any hobbies?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you like to do.
I was a swimmer. I enjoyed working. I was a lifeguard. Hanging out with friends, going to the beach. Just normal teenage stuff.
Were you a member of any groups, organized groups?
Organized.
Yes.
What?
I was a police explorer for Grays Lake Police Department, and I was a firefighter EMT cadet for Antioch Fire Department.
Did you have any training in
So far, everything he's
lightsaber
testified to, his
anything like
mom
that?
can testify
Yes.
to.
what?
Yep.
I was a certified lifeguard. I am a certified lifeguard and swim instructor. I am certified in Stop the Bleed, CPR, AED, automatic external defibrillator, and basic life support.
Okay. On August 25th of 2020, where were you employed?
I was furloughed at the YMCA in Lindenhurst, Illinois, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I was working at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay. Recplex here in Kenosha County.
Yes.
Now, on the night of the 24th, did you come to downtown Kenosha?
Not downtown, but I came to Kenosha for work.
Okay. And after your shift at work completed, where did you go?
I went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house. I believe his name is Scott Dickhart. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Okay. And
Careful,
who's
Nick.
Dominic Black in relationship to you?
Him and my Dominic Black and my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse used to date.
Okay. And on the night of the 24th, were you aware of anything going on in Kenosha?
I knew there was protests, demonstrations, and riots going on in the later evening.
Okay. And how were you aware of that?
I saw videos on social media, on Facebook live streams, TikTok of. I saw the Car Source lot being burned down. The Car Source 1, what we've been referring to. I saw a police officer get assaulted. He had a brick thrown at his head. And I saw the mattress store owner get knocked out, and I believe his jaw was broken and had to be wired shut or something.
And you saw all of that on the 24th.
Yes.
Did you go to downtown Kenosha at that time and try and do anything about that?
No, I did not.
Directing your attention to the late morning of August 25th, 2020, did you have occasion to go downtown?
I did go to downtown in the morning of August 25th.
Who did you go there with?
I went there with Dominic Black, my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Ray Dickhart.
And describe what you did.
We walked around for a little bit, and then I believe at around 11:30 noon, we ended up at Ruther Central High School, where we ended up cleaning graffiti for about, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
This is
That's
the
they're
exact
trying
narrative. This is the narrative the defense, the prosecution wants to come
Show
up
you
with.
what's been
Put up
previously marked
knowing
as
with a gun.
131. You recognize that?
I do.
Could you describe what you see in that photo?
Towards the left in the olive green shirt, that's me, and then to my left, that's Ray Dickhart, and to my right, that's my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse.
What are you doing there?
We're cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And were you getting paid to do this?
No, I was not.
And you see what the graffiti says?
Yes.
You knew what it said as you were cleaning it off?
Yes.
I won't repeat it. After you were done doing that, what did you
We were walking and we went to the car source lot, the first location, and we were looking at the destruction of the burnt cars, and we saw the owner, Sam and Sal, I believe that's what they told us their names were.
And you saw, when we say car source, the one that you met Sam and Sal at is what we've been referring to as car source number 1?
Yes.
And that's the one that they just played a video of all the burnt out cars?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Sam and Sal?
Briefly, I offered my condolences and I said, if there's anything I can do, please reach out to me. He gave me his number. I gave him my number. And
you were with Dominic Black at that time?
I was.
And your sister?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we walked back to, I believe, we parked our car by, you see the parking lot?
Do you have the pointer up there?
Yes. We parked our car right in this parking lot in that corner, somewhere over there.
I can't see that far, I'm sorry. You're referring to the parking lot, which is at the corner 59th and Sheridan. It would be the southeast corner, correct?
Correct.
And you're pointing the dot. You parked closer to 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. And whose car did you get there in?
Dominic Black's.
And when you left, where did you go?
Once we left that parking lot, we went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house again, and we hung out there for a little bit.
Okay. And do you know who Nick Smith is?
I do.
And did you have any contact with Nick Smith that afternoon?
Later in the evening, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, Nick Smith called me and Dominic.
And when he called you, what was the nature of the call?
At first, Nick Smith wanted us to drive him to Chicago by O'Hare Airport, the suburbs of Chicago, because he wanted to buy a bulletproof vest. And Dominic said, okay, we'll drive him. And then he said, okay, I need you to pick me up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you go and pick him up eventually?
Yes. We actually, before we picked him up, we went to Jelensky's.
Okay. What did you do at Jelensky's?
We bought, Dominic wanted me to buy 2 rifle slings.
And did you?
I did.
One was for what?
One was for my rifle, and the other one was for Dominic's rifle.
That contradicts Dominic's testimony.
Why did you care about your rifles that evening?
The reason for the slings were just so it's like a retainer. So if I'm helping somebody with first aid, I can just like dangle my rifle behind me, and I don't have to worry about somebody just randomly going and picking it up off the ground, just as like an extra measure, so it won't be taken from the ground.
And what time did you go to Jelensky's?
I want to say about 2:30, but I don't know exactly for sure.
Okay. When did you first have contact with Nick Smith?
3:30, 3:15.
Okay.
3:15.
And was there any discussion regarding car source at that time?
Yes.
What?
Nick Smith, once we picked him up, he wanted to go to a bank to withdraw money. The bank was closed, and then he was like, hey, would you guys like to come with me and help watch over the car source, make sure there's no fires or anything? And Dominic said yes. I agreed. I said okay. And then I said, here, Nick, I don't really need my bulletproof vest. I'm going to be helping people with first aid, so I gave him my bulletproof vest.
And by you giving him your bulletproof vest, did that stop the need to go to someplace by O'Hare Airport?
Yes.
Okay. And why does a 17-year-old kid have a bulletproof vest?
It was issued to me by the Grays Lake Police Department.
You didn't purchase it?
No, I did not.
Whoa.
After you
That's
gave
interesting.
him your bulletproof vest, where did you go?
We went back to Nick Smith's house where we parked Dominic Black's car.
And then what did you do?
We walked from Mr. Smith's house. Once we parked at Nick Smith's house, we walked from Nick Smith's house to the Car Source 1, cutting through the Ruther Central backside parking lot because Nick Smith lives on the same street.
You don't have to say where Nick.
Okay.
He lives within walking distance from here.
Yes.
Okay. And so you go to Car Source 1,
Yes.
and that's the burnt out one.
No, Car Source 2. My bad. Across the street.
Okay. And at Car Source 2, that's where you spent most of the evening.
Yes.
Okay. When you first got to Car Source 2, the one at 59th and Sheridan, what happened?
The owners were there, Sam, Sal, and his father, and I believe I think it was his uncle there also. He was driving a van of some sort.
And what was the discussion?
Sam and Sal thanked us for coming out to help. And then Sal said, hey, why don't you guys hop in my car? If I remember correctly, it was either a white or black BMW or Mercedes. I don't recall exactly.
And why did he want you to get in his car?
He was going to drive us down to Car Source lot number 3.
Okay. And did you agree to get in his car?
I did.
And who went to Car Source number 3?
Me, Dominic Black, and Nick Smith.
And who was driving?
Sal.
And when you got there, what happened?
We got out and we hung around for a couple minutes, and then some people showed up. I now know who they are, but at the time I didn't.
Real quick, I want to say it's possible that Kyle insisted on testifying. Lots of criminal defendants want to tell their story, and you can't stop them.
So it's been marked as exhibit.
That's also possible.
330. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yeah, but a
I
good
do.
attorney would make sure their client doesn't testify. You let them know, right? It's ridiculous. I understand he might be adamant, but if you're a good attorney, you let them know.
Go up there, please, and point out. Can you point out the people who you knew before that picture was taken and name them?
Yes.
If Kyle insisted, I hope Richard's got it in writing because
Yes.
it's a liability.
Well, but he can't show
He
it to
would have
anybody
to.
anyway. But he could, he would have to. But he couldn't show it to anybody.
Well, he could on a malpractice
claim.
That's-
Yeah.
Yeah, on malpractice. Yeah. But I'm talking about
This is Joanne Bueller. This is Justin Hamilton. This is Dustin Colette. This is Nicholas Smith. I don't recall his name.
Real quick, no, he
This
did
is
not
me,
say that he
and
was
this is
doing
Dominic
it on
Black.
advice of counsel. He said the recitation of
We've
Kyle's
heard
rights was
testimony.
consistent with advice of counsel.
We've heard testimony about you, Nick, and Dominic. You knew those individuals before August 25th of 2020?
I knew Nicholas Smith and Dominic Black.
Okay. You did not know the owner of Car Source previously?
I did not.
Was he being nice to you guys? Was he happy you were there? Was he mad at you for being there? Describe it.
He was happy we were there.
Okay. And you heard their testimony, the two owners. I believe that was Friday afternoon.
I did.
And did they give you permission to be there?
They did.
Objection leading.
And the other individuals
Let
in
him
this
talk
photograph, some of
on
whom
this
have
one.
testified in this trial, 10 minutes before this photograph was taken, did you know any of them?
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And when you were there, what was the idea? Was there a plan? What was going to happen?
Yes, the plan was to. I went down there to provide first aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to provide first aid.
The orange box by your feet you referred to as a Pelican box?
Yes.
Did you have that before the 25th?
Yes.
Was it stocked
Yes.
with things that you had bought and brought?
Yes.
And do you go with that every day, or is that because of the situation?
It was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. And the fanny pack, what's the situation with that?
It was my work bag. I brought it to work with me, and I would put it under my lifeguard booth.
Okay. And that had first aid supplies.
Yes.
Now, after the meeting here at 63rd and Sheridan Road, what's been referred to as Car Source 3, what happened?
After the photograph, I believe, I don't recall exactly, but there was about 2 or 3 vans that pulled up, like big vans with people inside of them.
Okay. And what was their role in this evening?
Well, they showed up and they wanted to protect the business, and I didn't really have a say in what everybody was doing. I was just there doing my first aid stuff. And then Ryan Ball said, hey, why don't you guys stay here? And we'll go down to the car source number 2.
Okay. And so the people, a group of people was going to stay at Car Source 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
Car source 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point, then Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both of their businesses to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
So you get down to Car Source 2. Did all of these people go there?
Yes. Besides Sal, the owner, he did not.
Okay. During the night, was Sam and Sal there?
They were not.
They left you guys there.
Yes. I believe Nick Smith was in contact with them throughout the night. I'm not certain, but I believe they were.
And you get down there, were you able to get in and out of the business?
Yes.
How?
Sal, the owner, actually gave Nick Smith a set of keys.
Did you personally see that?
I did.
Did he give you any other direction regarding any equipment or anything like that?
He let us know where, like, the power washers and the fire. I think there was a single fire extinguisher in the building and some hoses, the hose hookups, just in case there was any fires we needed to put out at the lot.
Anything else about roof?
He
certainly well
showed,
prepared.
I believe it was Dominic Black and Nick Smith, the 2 ladders that were there to get up on the roof.
Okay. And did you guys use those ladders?
I didn't personally, but the people that were on the roof did.
Okay. And you saw them use those ladders?
I didn't see them, but that's how they got up there.
He comes across very credible, though. I'm not gonna.
Yes.
Where were you
Credible
predominantly at Car Source?
and clean
I
cut
was in
and
front
American
of
and
the too.
earnest.
Yeah, it's like apple pie. Yeah, I was out there. He's out there scribbling off thing from the high school. So
Now, during the night at Car Source 2, did you stay there the whole time?
No, not
Okay.
the whole time.
When you would leave Car Source 2, what
notice how he's not looking at the jury.
When-
He's looking at the person.
when I
asking
left, I
questions,
was-
you know.
With Ryan Balch, and we would go out and ask if anybody needed any first aid assistance, and we would see if there were any fires, and we would put them out.
Okay. Did you personally put out any fires?
I did.
Where?
I put one out at the church.
Can you use a pointer?
So right here was where there was the demolishing. They were breaking some stuff down. But right here, I believe there was another building with an alleyway. It was either right here or right here. I don't remember fully. But there was a fire down the alleyway where they were trying to set the building and church on fire, and me and Mr. Balch, and I believe somebody else was with us. We went to go put that fire out.
Did you put it out?
We did.
Then what did you do?
Around that time, we saw Ruther Central High School on fire, the front doors, and we were walking north down Sheridan Road to go put the fire out. And then somebody else put the fire out before we got to Ruther
And when you
Central High
say the
School.
front, is that right here on Civic Park?
No, sorry, that's my mistake. You're walking north on Sheridan. It's the side of the building on Sheridan Road towards the left when you're walking north.
In the general area where you had tried to help remove graffiti earlier?
Yes, in that photo to the right.
Okay. And during the evening, was there any friction between your group and protesters / rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay. And the person who threatened to kill you, we now know is Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever seen him before?
I did not.
Had you ever done anything to upset you.
No.
Now, you said he threatened to kill you twice.
Yes.
Describe the first time.
The first time was me and Ryan Balch were a little bit north, towards the north corner of 59th and Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a blue mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes. The second time was outside of the car source. And I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill." I'm not going to repeat the second word, but kill you N-words.
That's new.
Now, did you ever see
No, it's not new.
Rosenbaum doing anything?
We heard that before.
property damage?
Well,
I did.
The N-word statement, but cut your heart
Oh,
out.
the heart's
that
out,
does
yeah.
feel new.
I now know to be Joshua Zeminski. I saw him tip that trailer over and the porta potty. I saw him do both. And I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski. He was either helping start it or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer?
Oh, Grambo
was in
said the hard
St.
outline
James-
too.
In the St. James Church parking lot. Sort of.
Oh, she said it also?
Over here in like the back
chat.
corner. What I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By who?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, but I can't tell you definitely who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of the car source lot.
Okay. And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Yeah, blue mask.
And what color was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted it. I don't know exactly. I'm not an expert on x-rays, or I wouldn't know. She hurt her ankle and she was being carried by two gentlemen. And I said, hey, before that I was just pepper sprayed, but I was like, hey, do you need help? And she said yes. And I said, okay, let's go into the car source where I was helping people. And I wrapped her ankle and then she went on her way. And I let her know there was a hospital. If you go, I want to say southbound Sheridan, across the street from car source 3, I let her know that the hospital was over there and she should go get it looked at.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes.
What?
Somebody threw a chemical bomb, actually right after I heard I'm going to cut your hearts out from Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't know who threw it, but somebody threw a chemical bomb. And Ryan Balch had some effects of it, so I helped Mr. Balch with being able to breathe, and I helped flush his eyes out and had him drink some water.
Okay. You in the answer to the question just before, you said something about being pepper sprayed.
I did.
And where did that happen?
That happened at the car stores. Right, I believe it's the first time a big crowd of people were over there. I was pepper sprayed by somebody that was in the crowd. I don't know why, but I was pepper sprayed.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I did not.
Now, directing your attention to later in the evening, did there come an occasion where you had contact with Mr. McGinnis?
There was.
And before this evening, August 25th, 2020, did you ever met or spoke to Mr. McGinnis?
I have not.
And you and Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Balch go someplace?
Yes.
And describe that.
I get done with my interview with Mr. McGinnis and I ask him, Mr. McGinnis, no, I don't ask him. I said, if you want to come with us, that's fine, to document and film me and Ryan helping people. And he said, yeah, sure. And he followed behind us.
And in that tape for Mr. McGinnis, there's talk about you being an EMT, correct?
Yes.
Are you an EMT?
I am not.
You have first aid and other training.
I do.
And you go to south on Sheridan Road?
Correct.
You cross 60th and Sheridan Road?
I believe we stay just to the right, going south on Sheridan Road.
And eventually you cross Sheridan Road?
Eventually.
And were the Bearcats there yet?
No. Yes, they were.
Okay. Had they set up a line to stop people that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I just know they were parked right there and people were throwing rocks at them.
Did anybody tell you not to cross that line? You wouldn't be able to go back?
Not until later in the evening.
Okay. You cross that line, where do you go?
We continue straight in the southerly direction down Sheridan Road.
Okay. Were you going any place in particular?
No, we were just going to see if anybody needed medical help, and I looked at a guy's shoulder on the way there.
Okay. And you finished with the guy's shoulder, and you continue on, and what happens?
I continue walking in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road, and then as I'm walking, I believe you guys have been referring to him as Yellow Pants. He said he said something to me. I believe it was, you were the one that pointed your rifle at me with the laser pointed at me. I believe that's what I heard. And I didn't. That's the first time I saw him that night. So I was confused. So I said I did. And then I continued to walk away.
And was the did an admission that you did it, or more of a statement with a question?
It was a
leading
sarcastic part.
That would be a leading
Did you
question.
engage
Yeah.
with him any further?
No.
And
Binger just wants to
from
let him
there,
talk,
where do
though.
you go?
There I continue walking in a
Binger is
southerly
feverishly
direction,
taking notes, is what Binger's doing.
merging towards the middle of Sheridan Road.
Okay. At that point, to become aware of anything?
In about as I'm walking, I start to look because I realize Mr. Balch is not with me anymore.
Okay. Did you continue on your way down Sheridan Road without Mr. Balch?
No, I actually went to go look for Mr. Balch in the Ultimate gas station parking lot.
Okay. When you went to the Ultimate gas station parking lot, describe what was going on there.
There were a lot of people there. I don't really know what was going on. I was just focused on trying to find Mr. Balch. As I was looking for him, couldn't find him. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just go back to the car source number 2.
Okay. And describe what happened as you did that.
As I did that, I received a phone call from Dominic Black.
Okay. Let me back up. Were you able to get back to car source number 2?
No, I did not.
Describe that.
as I was trying to get back, the police stopped me. Well, didn't stop me. They told me, I believe they said something along the lines of to not go down there. And I was telling them, hey, I need to go down there. That's where I'm at, that business. I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but they wouldn't let me go back to car source lot number 2.
So you weren't able to get back to car source 2?
I was not.
Did you disobey the police's order?
No.
And you're alone, you're stuck on the other side of the police line from the car source 2. Where do you go?
I go to where there's other people at the gas station protecting the gas station, and I go there because I believe that's the safest place to go because there's other people there. And
at that point, were you able to find Mr. Balch?
I was not.
While you're at the ultimate gas station, I think we've been calling it?
Correct.
Point it out, just there's no.
So he's not looking for trouble. He's looking for safety. He's looking to help people.
Golf gas station.
That's a good point.
And
State of mind is
when
the
you were
only
there,
thing that
what's
makes
the
any sense, but I
next
still
significant
disagree.
thing that happened?
Dominic Black calls me and he says, Kyle, I need you to get down to the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out.
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
I bet he's going to cry when he talks about
Did
killing
you get
Rosenbaum.
Back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I believe this kid. I believe this kid 100%.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were
Question is, will the jury believe it or will they think it's rehearsed?
there were
Right.
No, they're gonna believe it. But
people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
I believe this kid. I believe this fucking kid. I'm sorry. I believe him. I'm not sorry. I believe this kid.
What That's right, run.
This is a 17-year-old kid who just killed 2 people.
this is post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's not.
10 minutes.
It's a 17-year-old kid who just, this kid was 17. People think this kid is like a 40-year-old man. It's a 17-year-old kid
Right,
who's out there
right.
cleaning off graffiti from a high school.
Yeah.
Of course he's going to be upset.
Someone in the chat said he was being hunted, and you realize he was being hunted by like a pack of wolves. One was taking one side, the other one brandished a firearm from another side. But this kid suffers from PTSD, and this is reliving it in real time.
Yeah.
I want to point something out to address the chat. Yes, Kyle is doing well. He's doing great. He's very believable, and he's coming across very real right now. The jury is certainly going to be, they're at worst, each juror is going to have a conflict inside. If they hate Kyle, they're going to be conflicted by what's going on. The problem is not now on direct.
It's cross-examination.
That is not the problem. He's going to do direct well. They've been probably rehearsing this for the past month, getting this testimony down. It's why he's crisp on the facts. He's confident. He's been doing all this. And this moment they knew was going to come. Barnes said,
Let's aim for 10 minutes, but it'll probably be a tad longer.
Barnes said for the first month while he was in jail, he's throwing up every day. We know Kyle feels guilt and remorse over this. The problem comes on cross because this is now, and when they hit cross, Binger gets to ask him every question, and all the jury needs, all the people who hate him and are conflicted right now, if they do, I'm not saying they do, we don't know, but if they're conflicted right now, it takes one question and one answer on cross to put them back and go, wait, that was a charade. They can justify it.
There's 2 things, by the way, crying like that. Most people with half a heart will acknowledge that it's PTSD. Others will just say it's a sign of instability. And you have an unstable kid coming with an AR-15 to protect burnt out cars. What did he think was going to happen? And he's guilty. And I'm taking notes like Binger's going to ask questions about his other hobbies. He's testified to hobbies. Cross, what are his other hobbies? From an optics point of view, having the kid holding a laser on stand is not a good optics. And if you're a sassy prosecutor in cross, you can find a way to work in jabby remarks.
All right. Yeah. That's not being a sassy prosecutor is not on the table here.
No, they have to be very careful.
No, but I'm saying he's not good. His technique is not good. The question is, I think the point is, Viva, and I think we all agree, he doesn't necessarily have to be that good.
No.
He's got now a wide canvas to paint on, and
he's got one. He's already got one lie when Rittenhouse says, "I did point the laser." So were you lying then or were you lying now? It's the exact same strategy you'd use on the roommate. Were you lying then or were you lying now? And you've got one statement right there. It's not, the kid is clearly distraught. It was always going to go this way. And the question is, how is anyone going to interpret this? People with any experience might interpret it for what it is, but people with confirmation bias will read it a whole different way.
And the last point about his emotional breakdown, there are a lot of people in prison for the rest of their lives who cried on the stand and genuinely meant it, that they felt regret over killing someone. It happens in courtrooms basically every
people who kill
day.
their entire families crying on the stand.
Yes.
And,
So
and the judge ruled, and I'm not sure that Kyle fully appreciated it, that we're going to allow an unlimited cross. This whole idea of the scope of direct is a concept that is completely gone.
Yeah.
The prosecution can ask any question that is relevant to that night.
No,
Other
matter
than
what
the
defense
few
asks.
other than the few restricted by in limine, which is currently his association with the Proud Boys, although they asked him if he was a member of any
Memberships.
organizations.
Yep.
That
so
probably
that
opens the door.
That opens the
Right.
door.
And then
think-
the other
As a
questions.
non-member of any organizations, let's talk a little bit about this. If the prosecution has any sense at all, they will come to Cross almost as a friend. They will come to him as a friend, and they will be kind. They won't berate him like we saw yesterday.
Maybe.
And that would be my idea.
He said if they had
That'd be my
sense.
idea. Come to him as a friend and make him trip up.
Yeah, and the current other
What-
thing
I
they
mean,
can't
if
ask
I'm- if
about
I'm
right
looking-
now are his two prior bad acts. That's all, which is the
Yeah.
fight and the CVS incident. They can't ask about those currently, although we still have time on direct. Sorry, Viva, I didn't mean to go over you there.
No, I was going to say two things. I mean, from a damage control perspective, if I'm saying now as defense, get him off the stand now, is there a way they can just end this right now and say he's unable to continue? He'll still get crossed
No.
to some extent, but much
No,
more
you
limited.
still got to
He-
get crossed.
he has-
No,
Yeah.
no limit on cross. Judge said
he's
no
gotta get
limit
crossed,
on
yeah.
cross.
And now,
And he'll-
everyone in the chat should also appreciate that the defense, what people think is building the defense, is actually just building the exact narrative that the prosecution wants to build, is that this kid shows up with a gun to protect what were by and large already burnt out cars, to go protect property that has been destroyed to some extent, no plan, shows up with a gun, and then, this happens. This is the narrative that the prosecution is painting in the hopes that people are just going to say he shouldn't have been there. It was culpable from the beginning. Therefore, we'll find guilt. So they're not even contradicting the prosecution's narrative.
No, I can't agree, Viva. I can't agree. I think what I heard here was that he's a guy looking for people to help. And when cops tell him to do something, he does it. When he doesn't know where to go, he goes where there is safety and people and light. He didn't say light, but that's what you have at a gas station. So, in fact, I think that was a very important point and a theme that had to have purposely been injected into the narrative along with the lawyers, which is at every juncture, what you don't have, what you have is he's not talking about his gun. He's talking about his first aid kit. He's talking about people. He's talking about connection, body armor. It's all defensive. So you're right, Viva. If confirmation bias is in play, none of this matters. None of this matters.
He's going to be talking.
think the
He's
big
going to talk
point-
about that gun on cross.
Oh yeah, but I think
Of
the big
course.
point here, I think a lot of people just don't understand.
Oh yeah.
Is that we want to be emotional on direct, right? This is what they want us to be. They want us to be emotional. They want us to be invested. But like Nick said earlier, this is not the show, right? This is not the show. It's really on cross. And on cross, I think people have to really understand Binger is a professional prosecutor. He's done, like when I was a prosecutor, I had 70 cases holding at one time. This is something that you do as par course. This guy's a professional. So the fact that he's even taking the stand, you're taking the stand against a professional who's done this thousands of times, who knows how to break a witness on the stand. That's the reason. That's the one reasons why I say, he shouldn't be up there anyway. So
I
this,
agree.
I think is a mistake.
Yeah.
That was my thought, Nate. Also, is that even though we have seen that the prosecutors do not have good technique. In fact, their technique is less than average. But in this moment, this is the critical moment. This is the right down the middle of what a prosecutor does in terms of cross-examination. And as you said, he's done it a gazillion times. I guess the only question
put
is,
the gun in his hand. They're going to literally ask Kyle to take hold of the gun. Show us how you were holding it that night, Kyle. Show us how you pointed it, Kyle. Literally hold the gun for the jury so they can see you do it right now.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of the emotion here in his direct, really what's gonna matter for the jury is how consistent his emotion stays, not just in his direct, but then in his cross. Because remember with Grosskreutz, he was very smooth and he was very well rehearsed, and then he also had some like emotional moments that he was kind of spinning up. That then as soon as he was put pressure on him on cross. Under that pressure, all of that sort of shifted around. He got uncomfortable and it's like the mask kind of slipped for him. So whether or not the jury saw that is obviously another question, but that's the kind of stuff that they're going to be looking for in terms of credibility of the witness. They're going to be looking for the same thing for Kyle, and probably more for him than anyone else, than any other witness in this whole trial.
People in the chat, I mean, you guys have to appreciate if he testifies and tells the truth, the facts are on his side. You have motivated parties here who are not for right or for wrong, and it's probably for wrong, are less interested in the facts and more interested in getting a conviction. So he had the right to be there with the gun. That's not the issue right now. The narrative for the prosecution is that he should never have been there with the gun. By doing so, it was all wrong to begin with, and this is what happened. And he went there to protect burnt out property with an AR-15. That's, like it or not, that's what they're going to spin this as, and they're going to get at the fact that he knew a lot of the property had already been damaged, and so what's he going there armed with a gun for? And they've opened the door for that.
And for everybody out there who hates the phrase "my truth" or "our truth" or whatever, lawyers invented that. that came from the legal profession. We figured out that my truth can trump the truth a long time ago. And if you hate that expression and how it plays into society, that's the courtroom, man. That's what you want. The jury has two sets of truths that are competing, and their job is to pick the one that they agree with or believe the most. And that's what happens. So all of the legal justification in the world that I fully believe Kyle is 100% not guilty of all of the charges in this case. But that doesn't matter because it's what the jury thinks about the fact set that will determine their thing. And as Viva mentioned, confirmation bias can be very strong. He shouldn't have been there. He can never be justified, might be in the mind of these jurors. And that's the terrifying gamble that's going on.
And everybody's saying, he's crying, he looks authentic. There's an expression in law, if they're crying, they're lying. And typically it's under different circumstances. When someone gets caught in a lie, their first reaction is to cry to, try to create sympathy. It is obviously contextually dependent, and this is totally different. But people say crying authenticity. Other people say if you're crying, you're lying. And that's the question of how you view the exact same circumstances here.
I say if you're robot, you're nobody, Viva.
Not unstable.
That's what I say.
I might have gotten frozen there.
But that
you're a robot.
It's hard. It's hard to make an ugly cry look authentic though, and that was a little bit of an ugly cry there that was going on. So for me personally, I find that very authentic. But I also I find that what just happened on the stand, I find that very authentic. But I don't know if maybe I'm biased because of the previous testimony that we've seen here and the video and my opinions that I have formed up to this point. That maybe I have confirmation bias as well. That's totally a possibility. So I'm trying to like put my brain into the perspective of somebody who's doubtful of all of that right now.
The one time, I don't know if you guys remember the Michael Jackson when he was on trial with the two kids and they found him not guilty. And during that trial, I watched and I was like, oh, I like, there were moments in the trial where I'm like, oh, this is so important. The jury's going to be considering that. But then when they asked the jury, why did you find Michael Jackson not guilty? I remember the juror came on and she said, because that woman on the stand pointed at me. And I was like, man, you better not point at me. And because you pointed at me, I'm just not going to believe you. And at that point, the juries are really a crapshoot. You don't know what, some jurors may look at this and say,
that is a really
hey,
nice way of describing it.
And some juries are going to look at this and say, he's totally full of BS, right? We expected him to do this. So, it's a crapshoot. And that's why you don't put your defendant on the stand when you have your case won, because I'm assuming he's not guilty. I personally believe he's not guilty, but I'm assuming he's not guilty. But I don't believe you're going to get a guilty verdict no matter how bad he does here. I think what you can do is get a hung jury, which gives you another bite at the apple. That's my biggest fear for Kyle now. It's not finding him, keeping him found guilty. It's about him being found, this being a mistrial, and they get a second bite.
I wouldn't bank on the lack of a guilty verdict. The amount of people who have said things that put them in jail. The Innocence Project would like to have a word about the false confessions. The probability that he just needs to say like the 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 words that in isolation are going to be damning. And then the prosecution, all they have to do is blow it up into huge font. I never liked the guy, to use the illustration from that famous video. And they're most of the way home. The idea that he's not going to be saying something damning, this is ridiculous.
Where in my wisdom did I start roboting up?
We heard you.
Okay, I'm tethering off my iPhone now, so it'll be different. No, I don't see any good coming out of this.
I don't either. But I mean, the problem with this is, to me, it seems like at best it will be neutral.
Emily,
what's up, Emily?
Make sense,
What are
Emily.
they doing? Hopefully I'm not too loud. Chat, let me know. I don't know why they chose to do this, but I was watching y'all because I was prepping for other things today because I didn't think there was a chance that this would happen. We talked about this yesterday. Why would they do this? But I don't know if you guys touched on it, but this is not the lawyer's choice. This is Kyle's choice.
Yes.
If Kyle wants to testify and his lawyers say, this is a terrible plan, Kyle can say, I don't care what you say. I need to be heard, and I'm going to be heard.
And in that case, they have two choices. They either say, okay, we will support you and we will prepare you for it, or they have to withdraw. That's the rules of professional responsibility.
So,
someone in the chat had said that apparently, according to Wisconsin lawyers, it's standard practice to have the defendant testify in their own trial. I mean, I don't know who can attest to that accuracy in Wisconsin specifically.
I can't imagine the entire Wisconsin defense bar being functionally idiots. I just can't imagine that is the case, but
it's a very strange thing, but this might be his choice. So far, he rings authentic to me. He is, and Viva hit it right on the head. He's clearly hitting the PTSD of this night. He's been reliving it, watching it in this trial for 9 days now. And you heard his voice starting to crack. Witnesses who are forcing a cry don't have the same vocal cues that people who are trying to hold back a cry. And it can be very hard for the jury. I'd be interested to see if any jurors were trying to hold back tears as he was starting to cry, because it can be very emotional for those in the courtroom as well.
You could see him like visibly reliving the memory in his own mind and the feeling that he had when he was being cornered by one Zeminski, who just showed him the gun, Rosenbaum, who's now chasing him around the car. You could see him like back in the emotional moment at the time, if you're amenable to viewing him that way. If you're not, Lord knows how you're going to view it.
Well, you might view it as being manipulative, but it's hard to authentically manipulate emotion.
I don't think he was faking. I don't think any reasonable person views that as faking.
Well, but the thing is that you can just go on Twitter and see a whole bunch of people who I might consider reasonable for, who think that he's faking. Oh, this was planned. This was this. So I don't think so. I think this kid is authentic. But a jury is just such a crapshoot. It's really, you're really throwing dice right now. That's why you don't put them on.
I want to let the chat know one really important thing about the judge going through all the reading of the rights, excusing the jury and all that. That is a standard thing when judges are confronting defendants who are making a decision that might run averse to their constitutional rights. They make sure they understand it. In fact, in all of my cases, they wouldn't excuse a jury to even ask the questions. They just would ask them directly to the person. But that's just how it kind of goes. That's not the judge saying no. That's the Constitution saying no, and the judge just informing them. And that's a very common thing. Sorry,
there was one thing that no. I was interrupting because I am ADHD and I interrupt. There's one thing that really struck me about this. I know they're going to try to paint it like Kyle's part of a militia or what have you, but he was alone. And in all the gang cases I did, I've never seen someone attacked like this be alone and not have anyone coming to their aid that was in support of them, which I think goes strongly against him having anyone there that knew him or was a part of a group with him.
You saw Mr. Rosenbaum. What happened?
Once I got to that car and I stepped forward to put that fire in the Duramax out, and Mr. Zeminski stepped towards me, I went to go run back south down Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax starting to chase me. And that's when I realized the only place I can run with the people around me is straight towards the building of the car source lot number 3.
When you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, that's when you said friendly?
When I heard burn inside, I don't know exactly where I was at in the time for that.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum say anything to you?
No, Mr. Zeminski instructed Mr. Rosenbaum to get him and kill him. That's what I heard.
And
see, that's a new fact. Big time new fact.
The southwest corner of car source?
Yes.
And as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws At the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue. I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position,
Yes.
and you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you,
Yes.
and what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me, and I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
When I was over there, there were about 100 people surrounding those cars, and there was no space for me to continue to run to.
And so you turned around,
Yes,
and as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt, and I don't remember what he said. I wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do you do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lukowski, Jason Lukowski, is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people were saying, cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say, I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gaige Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sorta, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gaige Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sorta.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay. Was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. And you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding a skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck. And as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded. I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
Okay. When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction.
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe. And as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happens?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire 1 shot.
And after you fire, striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon, and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up, and as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony about re-racking?
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
This was the only reason to call him.
Because the videos would have showed that too, and they don't.
This was the
Wait,
only.
are you going to put the gun in his hand?
No, no, no.
Oh,
This was
wow.
the only
Is this
thing that
about to
Grosskreutz
happen?
No, 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 no.
Am I really watching this? Is this really happening?
But
Keep
wait a
that
minute,
gun-
though. If you're saying that, Nate, was it you who said that they're going to put the gun in his hand?
No.
Unless
No,
they
that was
show
uncivil.
I
re-racking.
said the prosecution was going to do it, not the defense.
No. Right. My point is,
Well,
if
the
we
defense
all
has to
agree
get
that
it
the
out.
prosecution is going to do it, why not take the sting out of it
Maybe, yeah.
by having the plaintiff do it first?
Oh,
He
Lord.
might be
I mean,
doing
having
it
the
to
defense do
show
it first.
he might be doing it to show the process of re-racking.
Usually marked Exhibit 28. You recognize
They could have called a firearms expert to
Now-
show that and then say
Yeah.
we didn't see it in the photo.
As Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack
What you don't need is a jury to see him with the gun in his hands, but they already saw it on video too.
Yes.
It's not like it's a big secret that he had
know
a
it's
gun.
not.
Yeah, but
Putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back.
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches. No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded
Okay.
and you re-rack, what happens?
If there is already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you.
They put it down.
Correct.
They showed the jury the process, and then they put it down. Okay.
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said?
They going to do a demonstrative with this?
What I remember is our feet.
Position Richards as Grosskreutz?
And you do what?
My rifle is down. His hands are up. His pistol is in his hand. And then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me. And that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this. Like his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up with his hands up, and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your side?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe. And to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
He has real good trigger discipline. I will say that.
What do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay. And as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me to put it behind me so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk, and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan. I don't know what they're called. And I tell the officer, I just shot somebody. And the officer says, get the fuck back or you're going to get pepper sprayed. Go home, go home, go home.
And then pepper sprayed him.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay. And now there wasn't a line there. They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction.
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2. And who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me inside. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about, I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antaranium showed up.
And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning, and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
Did he ever get diagnosed with a concussion? Do
Well,
we
that's what I was
know?
gonna say. Vomiting might be head trauma.
Yeah.
Did he go to the hospital?
I wonder if they'll bring that up.
Oh
This
boy.
is the show, people. This is
Here's
the show.
here's the real, yeah.
Forget about everything you just heard on direct, because that's going to be like a distant memory after this.
Well, let's just see the
Dave-
demeanor of Binger.
Yeah,
I
we've
hope they
gotta
call
see the
Fatlock.
demeanor.
Bring Fatlock up to do it, Binger. Don't you do
No.
it. Give it to Kraus.
No, this is
No.
Binger's show right now.
This
Yeah.
has to be Binger, and
He
he,
wants
has
it.
Big
to
dog
be
right
careful.
now.
Elliot
This is
Smith
not-
says, enter the Fatlock 2 diabetic boogaloo.
This is not someone the jury hates at this point. They've got to read the room correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
They haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
No,
Kyle
they haven't.
did. Kyle did about the best job you could
Morning,
ask.
sir.
Now it's up to Binger
Yeah,
to.
Everybody that you shot
win or
at
lose.
that night, you intended to kill, correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them.
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them.
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force
I used that.
Oh,
that
Yeah.
you knew was
we
going
heard you the first 3 times.
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
Good.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes,
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
yes,
correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes,
You intentionally used deadly force against Gaige Grosskreutz, correct?
yes,
Did Binger
With
just spill
regard
his
to Joseph
reckless
Rosenbaum,
homicide
You
charge?
fired 4 shots at him, correct?
yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying
Good.
to steal my gun.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think
Nice,
Not lulled
nice.
into submission.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Yeah, object, absolutely
yeah.
object.
Sustained.
He's a Fifth Amendment right.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain
benefits.
videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
This is
You've
true.
also had the
Fair.
opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it is not true.
You have also had 8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch
Wow.
all of the videos that have been
Yes.
played in this trial.
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question.
Oh,
Stop,
here we
Binger.
go.
Stop being.
I
Why are
will
you
do
being
my
a
best
dick?
to let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
He's
He wants to make
answering
sure the
fairly
jury doesn't
fast.
forget what a jerk he
He's
is.
You've also
answering-
had the
but he's
opportunity
answering fast
to
for the court
listen
reporter.
to the testimony of all
To be
30
But
some witnesses
there is a
that have
smoother
testified
way
in this trial so far,
to ask
correct?
him to slow down.
Yes.
Yes,
And
there
after
is.
all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
That's objectionable.
Yep.
Yeah,
Who's going to talk about the case?
Binger
Yeah,
might
he's gonna
just
pull
be
the
a fucking
prosecutor
idiot.
up. Binger's gonna get
Bring him.
roasted.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
about to
Binger's
get.
going
He's
to
about to
get
get
roasted.
mad.
roasted.
Jury
Oh,
is
God.
gonna whack him over
I've
the
seen
head
this
a little.
He's gonna get
before.
roasted.
This is
This is
it's
not
gonna be
good.
good.
He
This
is
is
going
Good.
this is not
You
good.
cannot.
Shh, okay. Well, let's listen
Sorry.
to
Yeah, Binger's about to
We're all
get
just
screwed.
so excited.
Oh, the jury's walking out. The
The
jury's
jury's
walking
walking out.
Yeah, I know.
They're not
The-
talking.
Yeah,
The
the
jury's
judge
walking out.
dismissed the jury.
We'll spot the
Good.
black.
The reason why the
eyes
judge is
when they
dismissing
come
a
in
jury
back
because
in.
this is so bad. That's why.
Because he's
The
gonna
reason
be
why-
out
Binger
there.
knows he just did
Yeah.
something bad. He had a sheepish look to the side.
And the
Because he
jury
got objected to the first
knows.
time, and then he went again to say, "This is the first time you've talked." He has a right to remain silent. Don't be a
Exactly.
scummy prosecutor. What the fuck are you doing?
He's pissed.
Be better. I'm pissed.
Okay, hold.
Yeah. Binger might
You need to
figure
account for this.
mistrial is not so bad from Binger's
Your Honor.
perspective.
I don't want
Oh no, it's over.
Yeah, no, put
Jeopardy's
it on the
attached.
mic.
Hold on,
Get
hold
on the mic.
commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
Yep.
Your Honor,
Yep.
I'm making the point that after hearing everything
never
in the
spoken.
case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem,
The evidence.
this is a grave constitutional violation
Yes.
for you to talk about the defendant's
Judge is pissed.
silence.
To be sanctioned.
And that is, and you're right. You're right on the borderline.
A grave
Ooh.
constitutional violation.
Oh, come on.
You may be over,
Judges.
but it better
Yeah.
stop.
Yes, you may
Well
be
over it.
This is,
appalling.
I can't
Yeah.
think of the case, the initial case.
It's crazy.
This is not permitted.
No
All right.
shit.
Should've been
Ask the
sanctioned.
jury to come in, please.
Grave
Wow.
constitutional
Wow.
violation.
Too light. That
I
was
wonder
He
if
said- he
he's
said
gonna
it may have been-
hold on. I wonder if he's going to comment to the jury to say that you know that this has something to do with his
He's
Fifth
not
Amendment
gonna
rights.
say
I don't
it.
know
Mhm.
He,
because he may be so pissed that he wants to rehabilitate Kyle a little bit
he
in
might
that.
remind the jury about his Fifth Amendment right, but he's not
Right,
going to say
should.
anything
exactly.
bad about. He's not going to say anything bad about Binger, though. There's no
Uh,
reason.
might.
he
Mhm.
might.
Well, but his
He said
tone
you
will.
might be. He said you might be over the line on a constitutional violation. Like that's you might have just earned a mistrial, is what he just said.
Alita's
don't-
right, though. I think the tone will tell the jury if he reminds the jury the defendant has a right to not testify and
Yes.
the defendant has a right to not speak.
Well, that's different from saying
Yeah,
that Binger
so-
just violated the Constitution.
They're not
To
gonna do
the-
But his tone while talking about while reminding them of their Fifth Amendment constitutional right. I mean, that's going to be they're going to say like, oh, he got really pissed at the prosecutor. He really stepped over the line.
He
Yeah,
got
to-
pissed. He took the jury out of the room, and then he's probably going to admonish them. It'll read
Mhm.
for itself.
Yeah.
Good logic.
Hey.
to the chat who maybe doesn't if they don't know what's going on, what just happened there was Binger is oh, never mind.
You were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of
He didn't
full
say anything to
metal
the jury
jet
at all.
ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
Wait,
You had arranged to have Dominic Black
So's a car.
purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, "Hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18." So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun.
You
correct?
can't buy
I
it.
knew I could not buy that gun.
Nailed it.
So you could possess
Yep.
the gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law,
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law.
Yes.
That-
Yep.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
He-
There you go.
He's talking down to him in a very rude way.
So,
The judge is pissed at this
it was
prosecutor.
unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
And the judge is also
It was
looking,
unlawful for you to
like,
purchase
he's
it. It
looking
was
for
unlawful
opportunities to
for
step
you
in where
to
he needs to.
Hold on.
correct?
Hold on.
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
You
in
knew
Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one.
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever.
I
with that
did.
gun.
Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to
Rude.
the Bristol shooting range with that
Bad
gun,
approach.
correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale. Fair enough?
That were at that store. There weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
Oh, really? Are you under oath?
Why?
No, it was a statement.
That was a
Yep.
statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse, that there are
Don't
other
smile,
places
Kyle.
to purchase guns besides that one store?
Binger has weird smirks at
Odd
times.
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations. Fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
What a trivial
Why
line of
did
question.
you pick
Yeah, who cares?
or want
Yep.
Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol?
'Cause
or
they're cool, you
shotgun or
pussy.
some other
Objection.
gun?
Pistol
ask and
raises
answer.
its own set of
I
problems.
cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm
There you
not
go.
18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol.
He knows the law better than the prosecutor.
He really does.
With the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
Binger has been better for the
Certainly,
defense
at that
than the
time
defense.
was that Wisconsin
They sell
law
guns at
prohibited
Walmart?
You as a 17-year-old
Some places.
Yeah, they do.
possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
That's
You're
the law.
arguing with the
What was
law?
that understanding based on?
The understanding was
Who
based
cares?
on,
It's the same law in Canada.
Go up north.
It's a long
we were-
gun versus a
It
short
was
gun.
me, Dominic, and my sister, and we
And he's
were
not
allowed
wrong.
to carry the rifles around. And the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay.
No, you asked the question.
You asked him the basis of his knowledge.
You asked how he knew.
Well, that's
Nice.
what I heard. That's
That's what the
Also,
judge
he's not testifying. You're right, he's not testifying.
None of this
That's
is
why I
admissible.
interrupted.
Also, it's not
Hold on,
hearsay
hold
because
on,
it's
hold
not-
on.
What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell
Completely.
you when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on.
His state of mind.
There's an old maxim under the
Oh,
law
jeez.
of ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the
I love this,
of the
Judge.
law is not an
Mhm.
excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant except in this case. There are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers. But do not be confused about what anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that?
I like this, Judge.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I do too.
So you're telling us that
Bad,
the
not
reason
bad.
that you wanted Dominic
He's certainly
to have
patient.
a 15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it
And
out
it does.
because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were
He
going to
wanted to trap shoot.
use it to press.
I've been an objection on relevance
Right.
here. What's the
Right.
relevance of this?
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess
It-
that's the reason, yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
Call of Duty.
What?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance.
Play first-person shooter video games. I have, but I believe there's a variety of guns, including
Fair.
True.
Yeah, very fair.
guns in video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it
Yeah.
true
Also
when
melee
you would hang out
weapons,
with
Molotov
Dominic
cocktails.
Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
This is not a good line of
This is-
questioning.
this
And
is
those are
terrible.
games in which you use weapons like AR.
He's reinforcing the fact that he's a kid.
Pretty much shoot.
The video games made you do it.
No. Yes, he's going to try to say he was living a
The
real life video game
where two
out there.
players are
I think he was trying to reenact PUBG on the street.
Well, let's hear his answer, please, guys.
understand the
Yeah.
meaning of your question, to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your guns?
No.
Yeah, in the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that
Yes.
right?
Right.
On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I've spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person?
No.
And at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th, you were 17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please?
I don't like that they tried to go the video game route of he was taking to the streets to play Call of Duty.
No,
I don't
because
think it
in
looks
Call of
good for
Duty,
them.
in Call of Duty, you go treat the injured in the game. That's the other part of what Kyle was doing that night, which is annihilates any shooting game theory.
There
his
aren't any
response was great.
5'4" manlets in Call of Duty screaming at you either.
But his
I don't think
response
you
was great.
clean
That he was
graffiti
like,
either.
it's a video game. It's a video. It's not real life.
It's not real life.
That was a great answer. He didn't
Well,
just say
I don't.
yes.
I think everyone knows that when he says it's a video game.
Well, of course, but that's a good answer.
Yeah, Kyle did a great job distinguishing that he doesn't get lost in in virtual reality and confusion.
Exactly.
Exhibit number
It's a cheap
7
shot. It's a
up
cheap
on the
shot, but
screen.
this is
You
what he's
recognize
this is
that?
what he's got.
Yes, that's
Oh,
my
here we
old
go.
TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer.
Four
of
doors, more
2020,
whores.
correct?
Wait, a 17-year-old's offensive on
Yes.
the internet with bad
And
jokes?
it says your name
Weird.
on there, Kyle.
Yes.
Your
It's the tagline.
username on TikTok was 4 doors, more whores.
Yes.
Good times.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is
China.
that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that.
Yes.
Famous versus infamous.
You
is a very important
testified
distinction.
that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department. I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But
He was
that's
also a
not
lifeguard.
actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the BFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
And maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were
didn't,
not
He's
Ginger.
lost.
Accurate.
He's completely.
fire department,
Kyle
correct?
was kicking his butt.
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you
He's lost his pace. He
We can go
is
on ride-alongs
rehumanized,
with
Kyle.
learning
He's
buildings.
talking about the pancake breakfast. He's a regular kid again.
go out there and
He's
you
not a
just
video
burn
game killer.
buildings.
Not me
He
personally.
has no pace. No. There's no order. There's no
They
sense
would
to
have let
his.
any of the cadets go into an
There's no
actual
order.
live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't
And that TikTok thing, there was like,
an official fire.
he's made us forget it about it already.
No, it's to help.
Yeah, you put the TikTok thing up,
Your academy.
but you're also a pancake breakfast fire boy.
You weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
He can't
You
be
know
until he's
that to
18.
be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
You bastard.
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that
He's
class.
correcting him on
You
Oh,
never
no.
did.
Consistently.
No, I-
Consistently. This guy.
Let's listen.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else,
As any other
Answer the
adult.
question.
as anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
Boy, he's a winner. He knows how to win hearts and minds, huh?
And had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March,
Yes.
and you'd only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I couldn't. I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so. Till August 24th, I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got.
And you were a lifeguard.
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool, correct?
He's been watching Baywatch.
So, but that was at the indoor
Trying to
pool,
trivialize.
It was at the indoor. It was at the. I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh,
Kicking
here we go. Here we go.
that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gaige Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So.
Please listen to my question and answer my question.
No,
He did.
He answered.
He did answer
He
your
did
question.
You
answer.
agree with me that you
Ask
were
better
not
questions.
allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource
You're asking
You're
building.
actually
Legal
for a legal
objection.
conclusion.
Thank you.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from
He's
smashing
asking for
the
legal
windows
conclusions.
Objection.
of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that
But
you
I'm not
can't
a
use
lawyer.
deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Object.
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't.
Thanks for
use
listing
deadly
all the
force
terrible
to
things
stop
that are happening around him.
someone tipping over.
Correct.
You'd agree you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd
That
agree
just shows
with
how
me
he can distinguish
you
between all of
use
these.
deadly
Yeah.
force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Good. We
Yes.
showed that Kyle's reasonable.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to
Object.
protect someone's property,
Object to
correct?
this. Object.
He did.
Get him out.
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for
Ooh,
Binger's getting
Nice.
chewed out again.
jury's out.
He's getting chewed out again.
He's
He was
kicking the
warned
He
about
jury
didn't
it.
out
shoot
for a
out the first
reason.
time.
Look, he's making the same pose he did the last time he did something wrong. He's
Look at the judge's face.
This is dealt with by a pretrial motion. He did not ask permission to go into this line of questioning. There's nothing that opens the door to this line of questioning.
Oh my goodness.
The defense either made a mistake by not objecting earlier or allowed Kyle to stand for himself and show, I know the difference between this
Yes.
and this.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
a
That's a
stupid
hard
line
time
of
for
It's a
questioning.
bold,
to make.
Yeah.
bold move. Bold
Yes,
move,
it
but
is a bold
it's working
tactical
out.
move.
It's a bold move,
but
Cotton.
it's
We'll see if
working
it
out
pays
for them.
off.
We will see.
Binger, I tweeted out a minute ago. The defense teed this case up for Binger to win. He's still losing it.
Mr. Richards.
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is
Sucks.
either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an
Sanctions.
Uh-oh.
Oh God, the court internet must be shit.
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For
court?
me, not for you.
For me. Oh shit.
Oh,
My understanding of
you
your
should have come and
Oh
asked.
my God.
For
This is rare.
reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our
Excuse me,
motion.
That's a, excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
Don't shake your head at the judge, man.
In this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury?
Yes.
You are already.
Because my pants are
I was
currently wet.
astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence.
Oh my God.
That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I didn't know what to talk to.
Those grounds for mistrial is what he wanted to say.
Yes.
With prejudice.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because
lost.
in my mind, and I argued this,
In
it
my
is
mind.
identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense
In your mind, counts for nothing.
using this
In your case, very
exact same
little.
weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
There's, Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. Yeah, that's absolutely untrue.
It
And
is-
there's, no. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time.
Ooh.
You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been
Yep.
things in this case,
Oh, don't defend
one
it.
in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example,
No.
the defense
Bring a
has
motion.
introduced evidence that the
He's
defendant
arguing with
pointed
the
a
judge.
gun
Hold on.
at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of
They did not.
why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did.
I said lazy.
Exactly. So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being
Oh my
interrupted, if that's okay.
What a dick.
No, you're
He's
being
a
a
victim.
dick.
He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th
Talking down
incident,
to the judge.
15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes,
He had the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was
I
unarmed.
want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want,
May I,
look,
may I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said.
Ooh, that judge face.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay.
Without the judge.
Agree with the
I
judge.
believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So
No.
with all due respect, Your Honor,
Analogies are
mere
hard.
verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions.
That's
I am attempting with the defendant to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th
It's not a verbal
15
threat.
days prior,
Yeah.
that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would
threat was the
ask the
actions,
court's
not the
forbearance
words.
to do that.
It's not
I
Rosenbaum's words that were
apologize,
threatened.
Your
It
Honor.
was actions.
You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I
Oh,
may have
shit.
misunderstood your ruling because
No,
I
you didn't.
No.
Willfully.
made that more relevant. You would admit it or at least consider it it's an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
You're entitled to bring a motion.
Talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call.
His statements do, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
I don't think he said threatened.
Your Honor,
I think you're right.
the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior reason he doesn't like guns. And I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. You knew very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one.
God
Number
damn.
two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could take fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities, Wigmore and evidence, Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the crime, the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense, that's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think.
Wow.
Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule.
Judge is pissed.
I'm astonished.
So pissed.
He was pissed an hour ago.
Issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that
We're
clear?
all astonished.
Thank you. Ask the jury.
Know the law and do better.
They didn't.
My God.
Neither
His
the judge nor
ego.
Richards pointed out.
You
neither of them
never
pointed
talk to
out
the judge like that.
Kyle was not reacting to the threat of words. He was reacting, his self-defense was to the threat of actions. Charging by Rosenbaum, hit by skateboard, the action of aiming a gun at him, as opposed to Kyle's
You're
comments
right.
to Yellow Pants.
You're right, Joe. Judge
That's
doesn't
the
want to
real
go
answer.
that. You'll notice how the judge presented that in a very neutral way, because he knows I think he knows where he's going, but he doesn't want to go there now.
Guys in the
He's
chat,
riled the judge.
slow mode is on. There's 66,000 people watching. There is no slow mode.
He riled
Doesn't
the
go any
judge,
slower.
and one more misstep, and the judge will mistrial this
Yeah,
case.
that's what I
Yes.
heard.
Single
Yeah.
toe
That's
out line.
exactly what I heard.
He also set himself up to lose basically any future objections or
Yes.
any possible arguments for the rest of the case.
He-
or
he
for
gets-
the rest of the day at least.
I don't
Zero
think- I don't think
leeway
he's
from
gonna
this judge.
mistrial.
He
I
can't
don't
help
think
himself. He's going to
mistrial.
walk into a dismissal with prejudice.
He may.
Yeah. I mean,
I just
again,
can't believe that I can't believe he was talking down to the judge. You
Yeah.
don't do that ever.
And interrupting.
So you think that he thinks he's already lost on?
Yeah, he's desperate.
Here we
He's
go.
desperate.
And he's anticipating the appeal. I want to make my record. That's for an appeal.
He said,
So,
with all due respect, like 3
I want
times
to
to an
turn
already
your
angry
attention
judge.
to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at Dominic Black's house. Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before. Is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you the exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay. So the rest of the time, it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Yeah.
This is relevant.
Relevance.
I'll move on.
Yeah,
So you
check
drove
faster.
to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there.
Yes.
And
Also working at a Wendy's.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
Spent the night at his house and had dinner. Woke up in the morning. Had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage and we saw the car store. So we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car.
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was That's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there. So
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you
Without
saw
a
the
license.
business along with the churches and the ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area.
Yes.
And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me
Directly.
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these car source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business? Did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text, you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it and on the Google Maps because GPS, because with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha. I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place?
He just answered you.
Didn't
All the
didn't
roads
listen to the
are
answer.
right.
I go past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think there were a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
I have
Yes.
no idea.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else saying, stay off the streets.
I'm sorry.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision-making. Just like everybody else, you got a message
How would he
saying,
know everybody else got
get
that?
off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes,
And you came down, correct?
already in downtown when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
Objection.
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands, of other people there that night that also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if a law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
Ugh. Argumentative. Also a stupid question.
Yep. Also calls for legal conclusion.
Also, it wasn't
Kind of.
lawful.
You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago
Correct.
to buy a piece of body armor
Correct.
down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, or the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
He's had him on cross for so long.
Can you rephrase
Sure,
it?
absolutely.
Like,
Can you ask better
He's
questions?
taking the punch of whatever
Get that
he's
body
accomplishing.
armor that day was because he needed it
Hey, Robert.
for that night, right?
well, I wouldn't say
Hey,
he
Robert.
wanted it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you
Should have had
needed that body, your own
at
body
the
armor.
most an hour worth of cross
Correct.
to ask the
You had it along
pinpoint
with
questions
you.
he wants.
Yes.
You
touch him up.
brought it along with you that day because you thought
Especially after
you
seeing
might
on
need it yourself. that
direct
night,
that he's a
correct?
good
No, I
witness.
kept it
Hold
in my
on.
trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes. The cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
Yeah.
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle. So when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that
Yeah.
you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really
Big,
got
long.
whenever
Big
you
scary
tried to
gun.
help someone, right?
Sometimes.
I get what he's trying to prove.
If you had
but
a
it's not gonna
handgun,
work.
for example, you could have it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
If
Just
I
trying
could
to
have
see-
legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a
This
handgun
whole thing is
instead of a
about
pistol.
him
I
trying
mean,
to say
instead of a
Kyle had
rifle.
no reason to worry about anybody grabbing the gun because it was on a sling.
Yeah, or protecting Grosskreutz for having a concealed small gun.
Or that he didn't really want to
Grab
render
some
aid
medical
because then he wouldn't have brought
supplies.
such a big gun.
From Dominic Black's house before you came
But
downtown.
what Kyle
Correct?
said is
I
absolutely
grabbed extra
He's
gauze, but
simple-minded.
that's about it.
very simple-minded kid. He wasn't getting it thinking someone would take his gun off him. He thought, oh, this is easier to carry. That's exactly how the kid thinks.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic's Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
The ammo was in a box and a magazine. I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No,
Where did you find it at?
it was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, "Hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle."
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes,
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it.
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so. After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I don't remember racking it at all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber.
Yes.
And full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full metal jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets.
Are
correct?
you?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
Good. Inanimate object.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
I don't
You
know.
were
why it's
aware
relevant.
of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
There you go.
Yep.
Did you personally purchase that 223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 full metal jackets. I put it in the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
I believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do
He doesn't
different
have
things
hollow points. Why is it relevant?
Objection,
to an animal
relevance.
or a human than full metal
Why does
jacket
any of this
bullets,
matter?
correct?
Yeah. Full metal jacket is like a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use full metal jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the animal
Objection.
that they're being shot at. Let's say a
Why
deer
are you testifying?
Who
Objection.
cares?
explode
Because the
inside,
judge is letting him. That's why.
correct?
Object.
And the defense is
Richards.
letting him.
No, I don't think so.
When
Finally.
you say explode, are you saying expand?
This
or
is what we
explode?
were.
Court's
Because
objecting.
there are such things as exploding
It's not
bullets.
Judges
objecting.
objecting
Let me
Clarifying.
for the defense.
Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
Who cares?
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding
was shot at a
of what
deer?
that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point
When
bullets
is lunch
in their
break
pistols to defend themselves against other people.
I wish he'd be like, I don't understand what you're asking.
I mean, I think he's dragging this
Hold
out
on.
just in
This
case he
trial,
has the lunch
that he
break
was
to
carrying
figure
a
out
pistol
anything
loaded
more.
with
It's
hollow point
11:56 there.
ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So, what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition
This
would
is
do to a human?
Objection, speculation,
I believe it would do
objection,
the same
relevance.
thing as any other
Just
bullet.
hold on.
Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points. I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this.
Ask and answer.
I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
full metal jacket bullet is specifically designed to
I don't
continue
know.
through its first target and keep flying, correct?
Oh, good objection.
Send the
First
jury
of
to
all,
lunch.
the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, which is, so what you said was
The
not
judge will
correct.
do his
Secondly,
gun lecture.
No testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what.
There you go.
We're gonna break a break
Finally.
for lunch.
Go to break for
Please
lunch.
don't talk about the
Break for lunch,
case.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Read
Yes.
Watch
Go to
the
break.
Westmonian
Yes.
Conference.
All right.
See you.
Oh,
Was
God.
Oh,
2 times. The state had commented on Mr.
I didn't
Rittenhouse's
mute
right
it.
to remain
It got mute. I don't know. Anyway,
The first time he was admonished by the court. Second time the court
Good.
had the jury leave and re-admonished him on that.
47's going to
As
kill
Mr.
it.
Rittenhouse testifying. This court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers.
at the motion to dismiss.
You had
on the table,
cited
I think.
various statutes,
Mhm.
and then you had asked if there
No,
anything
mistrial.
would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are 2 really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly,
yes.
or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 with second, 700.
COPENING.
He said coping on purpose.
In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's
Oh, it
That's
is your
what
role.
I'm supposed to do.
You could say your
I
role.
think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about
No.
bad faith, then I
Is
think
that in the courtroom?
both
Yeah.
elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Woo! The
State
bomb
feels-
has been ignited.
There we go. The state had to know this was coming.
Respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional sites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has
Does not
decided,
pierce Fifth Amendment.
probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life.
Burden shift this.
His friends. He's talking about the circumstances of the case. He's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media. You've agreed to talk about yourself. You've agreed to get interviews. But until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions.
He's trying to justify his BS.
You can't justify this over
He's
stuff.
trying
No,
exactly. He's
Hold
trying to
on.
justify it.
Let's hear him.
What the defendant told him. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. And they Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer. And they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment.
You're in court now.
Voluntary choice.
Man.
Well, wait a minute.
That's what you think.
Give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and
No, he
that,
waived Fifth Amendment.
and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right to silence.
Oh shit!
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor.
On Jupiter.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of.
You didn't
I
raise
haven't
them,
seen
Binger.
Probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. And you have some interviews that he gave to media or to.
This is why
Whatever.
pretrial motions
Interview
exist.
that we're looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Agreed.
Yeah, the preacher that he violated the pretrial motion.
Magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night. But
Exactly.
It's not like he's talking about school or swimming or things
Well,
like that.
no. Don't leave it at. He doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to
Well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do. Sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond.
They should rest for the day.
Although I
Interesting.
would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on.
Elicited.
After having been told not to do it, or having been told that I was confirmed with higher lowlands.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article.
No, he asked you a different question.
Reference to an interview that he
Idiot.
says, the defendant says he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. That's a direct quote
Really?
from the defendant to the media
That's the statement.
about that night.
What about that?
All I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
It's irrelevant.
And
Ask
I
about
mean,
that statement.
he has an argument now.
I don't know anything about the circumstances of that.
Bad answer.
I'd have to read the article.
It's a party opponent admission. That's what they're trying to get it at.
Well, that might make a difference.
An admission that he would have been dead if he had. Boy, wow.
Yeah, well,
But they could
Put
have
him up
pretrial
over
motioned
the
that
history roll.
statement for impeachment
Questions
purposes.
about excluded evidence.
Your Honor, we
Stop
went
avoiding
over
the
this
question.
earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video.
You look like
It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking
That is so
away
loud.
as if trying to avoid
Kurt.
confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony on direct by his attorney that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility. It goes to whether or not he's telling the truth. It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person.
I'd like to probe a lot of things.
Motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And
Then you bring it to the court first.
that changes the equation with regard to the CDS video that was the subject of the other acts motion.
But not the ruling.
In my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that.
To my mind.
Belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from.
No, you weren't.
There's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think
You're
makes
right. It's,
that evidence
it's a complete shaggy dog story.
much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. And the court is.
Then you ask the court before you elicit it in
So
front
I'm
of the jury.
here on the
He only
sideline.
came up with it during lunch.
Well,
He came up with that during
yep.
lunch.
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't
Ooh,
coming
pissed.
in, and you decided that it was.
Yep. If I could just respond.
Accurate.
Quickly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We had 3 state motions in there. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear, that is not coming in. There was.
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you found a way around it? Come on.
Oh, shit.
Come on.
True.
Come on, man.
On our 3 motions and other acts motions was there were some gradations there. That you were clear that something was happening, and you left the door open on other things.
Oh.
I saw that distinction. I thought to
Dismiss
myself,
it.
Clearly, I know this is out.
not-
but you
Oh,
left the door
shit.
open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in.
I didn't
I
interpret.
have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other motions
He's
before
going.
you. Your practice
Prior good
burying
acts.
himself.
is to reserve ruling on those until you see
Keep
the
digging.
evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our
I
motion.
undoubtedly did.
So I thought, this is my good faith explanation to you.
No.
And if you want to yell at me, you can.
Good faith.
My good faith.
Oh, he's giving
Oh.
permission.
Oh, so
You left the
condescending.
door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe
You
you.
came in with a wrecking ball.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There better not be
He
another.
said it.
I'll take.
I don't believe you.
Advisement. And you can respond.
Wow.
Taking it under advisement. I
When
don't
you
believe
say
that
that
this
you
was
were
in
acting
good
in
faith.
good faith, I
Wow.
don't believe that. Okay.
Wow.
She said he
Proceed.
doesn't believe him.
Everybody in good faith.
Wow.
All right.
No, you break for the
They're
day.
done for the day. He's in trouble.
No,
On
you
the
break for the
record.
day and you deal with this.
Your Honor,
Defense.
I do have another item that I want to raise. before the
Good luck.
motion, and raise it with you. There was another ex motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's Bar after a court appearance in January, in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says "free as fuck." I would like to ask the defendant
Outrageous.
pose for selfies
This is
after
in
a court
limine.
appearance with members of the public
Didn't they already do
wearing
this?
that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines.
No,
But
is it
I
relevant?
believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that.
Why?
I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case.
No,
For
it's not.
example,
Just
Public
public
Such
opinion.
as.
remorse or lack of remorse, his utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think come
That is
to the
ridiculous.
Come
fore.
on.
Behavior is not consistent
Because he
with someone
wore a
with
shirt?
regard for human life.
He's about to
Jury's
get
already
railed.
watched him
He's going to get railed.
break down on the
Oh,
stand.
come on. This
I'd
guy's
like
a
to
fucking
know
joke.
how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you post for selfies with people. When you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt.
I wonder if he's bringing this to get Kyle mad before Kyle goes back on the
I'm not going
stand
to talk about any of the people or who they were from. In
because he
fact,
knows he's going
the
to lose
photograph we're
it.
going to use has actually got their faces.
He doesn't
marked
need
out.
to though. He's got Schroeder to get mad for him.
See any of the people in the crowd. We'll just
This is
see
for the media, not the
any
court.
other group of people for a selfie.
That he has
Fair.
no First Amendment right.
That's as far as I want to go.
You
No.
went way too far, man.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying.
He just said it was a clear
So part
ruling
of this
too.
is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done not. There's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after. I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door. And I don't think it's relevant, something
Great
that happened
argument.
4 months later.
It's a great argument.
We detrimentally relied on your
That's
previous
that
ruling.
night.
You can't change that ruling now.
Not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant.
Because it's
to any
bad
of the
faith.
issues
We
in
all
this
are.
case.
We all are struggling with why it's relevant.
If we were on
Yep.
trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Grow up just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies. As a
You're the one
result,
talking to the media.
one of our
He
theories
wants to convict him for being a bad guy.
behavior that night was intended
Hey man, you've
Or
worn a
having
different
poor
pin every
judgment.
day. Why is that?
That's propensity.
Look,
And
18-year-olds have bad judgment.
reap the
Wow.
benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have.
It's
coming
not the
down in
legal
violation of
standard.
Curfew,
Roast
running
him,
around
Judge.
the community.
They didn't
with
break
that
your
gun,
curfew.
Trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those
Whatever.
things, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because everybody in all of humanity at one time or another displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment. And we don't let it into people's trials.
Because it's propensity.
So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose. But
How long has he had the porn stash?
Purpose today.
Read the room, Binger.
Are we ready to go?
Guys, I tweeted out to the chat a little bit ago. I tweeted out, here, 1 second. Let me pull it up. That Binger argues that interviews with the media about Kyle's family life should pierce his Fifth Amendment rights. Scumbag. Hashtag disbar Binger. Get it trending if you want. I don't know if you got Twitter out there, but this guy's an absolute asshole, and fuck him. Pardon my English.
He's a disgrace. He's a
I'm
fucking
surprised.
disgrace. That's what he is.
The defense. I'm
What is
surprised
the
the defense
logic?
didn't ask to rest for the day to allow that motion to be more fully heard on the mistrial and not let Kyle finish
Yeah.
testifying again and give him a break for the day and
It was a
break
ha-
for the day.
It was
He
a
should've.
half-hearted motion. His whole motion
It
seemed
was.
very half-hearted.
Well,
it was
to-
not
that's shocking
aggressively
to me.
To be
told.
fair, he said we're going to bring a motion, and then the judge kind of asked him about it. That was muted. Sorry, when I switched over to the picture and switched back, for some reason it muted the live feed. But he said we're going to be bringing a motion. The judge asked him to explain the motion, and then he did. So I would think
they
the
want
judge
time to
would
brief it.
Yeah, if I were them, I'd want to brief it also, but. Or maybe not. Maybe you just want the judge's present anger to carry into it too. But
yeah, because he's pissed.
He's kind of tipped his hand though when he said he doesn't believe he did it in good faith. That's tipping,
Yeah,
that's a big tip.
that is
in
tipping
the
his
hand.
hand.
Because that's the
Finger
first
looking at a mountain to climb right now.
The prosecutor's office should be worried, and I'm sure if they have a ethics division, they are on the phone being like, well, what does this look like?
And
What
when
do
the
we
judge
do
says
now?
that they don't believe you, like you're making representations in court, and the judge doesn't believe you. That is it. That's huge. All you have as a lawyer is your reputation and your ability to make
he has a pocket
representations in
square.
court.
He does have a pocket square and a
Star
pin.
Wars pin.
Is
I
that a
wonder what the pin
communist
is
pin today?
It kind of looks like the Chinese flag, doesn't
Mayday.
it?
said
It looks Mayday.
Mayday.
It does.
He
but
said,
it
I've
can't-
made my argument to you in good faith. And the court says, I don't believe you. And the court then said, you're saying that this is in good faith and I don't believe you. That's
Yeah.
not going to go well in motions. I can't wait to watch that.
They'll just cite the record.
Yep. And I think they probably replayed some of the streams because they had exactly what he said. Not ours, because we talk, but they went back and watched and had what he said, which is the benefit of having these things streamed, particularly.
We now
for the
know they
defense
didn't
right
eat
now.
lunch.
No, they did not.
Everyone's still hangry.
So you think CNN will hire Binger this year, or do you think they'll wait until like the spring?
Somebody on
Immediately.
Twitter did comment that, and I
Earlier
was like,
that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time.
I can't recall him and stop.
He was threatening.
They never listen to that. They never listen.
I don't need to know the threat. I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
I don't remember.
I the second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband. Correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth.
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo, exhibit 138 up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
My gun was
And
attached to me by
neither
a
the
strap.
first or the second time did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
Just a chain.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened right here in front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His appearance, the shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance.
This is
correct?
irrelevant.
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
He was the mean midget pedophile.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street,
it's fair.
Start running towards that lot.
It was moon bright.
Towards the fire.
Get the
that
almanac.
Miramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire in the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There's fires all over the place. So
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
we'll get back to that in a second. You indicated
Why?
while you were at the 59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, you think she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door, the point is some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there.
Correct.
Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
Why questions?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
Good. Let him explain more.
That's right.
Lots of
Schmuck.
people in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Oh my
Normally,
God.
yes.
Where are we headed?
Where are we headed? What the hell is this?
Why isn't the
He's
defense
reminding-
objecting?
He's reminding everyone that the cops had they weren't doing anything about the rioting and the arson.
Hold on one second.
Well, I'll let you pursue it, but
And that's exactly how these
Let Kyle
shootings
keep
happen.
talking about how he's a great hero who's going out, putting out fires and helping people with medical, please.
Without permission. Without
And responding to a
permission.
911 call.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses
He's
on
gonna-
fire along 22nd
now he's gonna argue with him.
There's the car source,
Schmuck.
Yeah, he's agreeing with him.
large
Here's all the fires that were happening.
property fire
Right.
on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the
though.
fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I was there to put out the
I
fire. I
didn't
was there.
feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to.
Yeah, we see where you're going.
Asked and
We
answered.
see
Asked
where
and
you're going.
answered.
Yeah.
To
Just
help.
like you thought you were
Okay,
a policeman.
I thought the prosecution wanted to say he
Please
thought he was playing
move that
video games.
microphone a
Now
little
he wants to
closer
say
so we
he
can
was
make sure we
playing
hear everything he's
police.
It
I
can,
mean,
you can
pick a
adjust it
lane.
if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
He's painting Kyle as a superhero.
Interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are?
How's the temperature in your
Kyle's
body,
very
Binger? Are
comfortable.
you room temperature yet? You're getting killed.
Kyle's very comfortable.
Cubes, there's nothing to worry about.
Anybody want some cookies?
The jury must look bored. No, the jury must look. There's something the jury's doing that made the judge ask that.
Kenosha that night, armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself. Correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices.
You didn't bring enough weapons?
These hands.
Correct?
Yes.
Right.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say in response to your attorney's question that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters.
Breathing was Kyle,
protesters,
guys. Chill out.
demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one.
That threatened, yes.
That you saw?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 minute and 14 second mark?
Or it was Binger. When you hear those big breathing sounds, that's coming from their mics.
It's gross.
I'm going to be up all night with this summary judgment.
Yeah, we should
This
just
was
start
not
writing it
supposed-
ourselves. Give him a hand.
I've written it enough times.
Yeah, someone walked by outside with a plate of spaghetti. Krause smelled it and then breathed in heavily. That was that sound on the mic.
This had better be the most
Hey,
damning
now
video
Krause
ever
has
at this point.
so many more failings than that.
I hope he shows a video of someone other than Rosenbaum threatening someone. That would be great. That'd be helpful to the prosecution, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So you were out there because even police and firemen wouldn't respond to protect the community.
Isn't it
That's
true that you were under
basically what
threat
was said.
from many people that night and not just Rosenbaum?
The rundown live, Kyle Rittenhouse armed locals.
And
police.
militia are up there.
The militia video. The militia video.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire.
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right.
The prosecution's
If
case
2020 is a
Oh,
blunt, it would be just
This
a
is the guy
fucking
who wants a
stamp.
doobie.
Yeah, we just be stand and see, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
All right, let's.
Binger, could you use a doobie right now?
He's going to bring this guy up as belligerent.
Guys want to fuck around and find out?
Hey.
You want
Reel in.
That's what's up.
Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here.
Don't cause problems.
When there's none here.
Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, you're there's way too many of them.
Can we object to this?
It's already come in, though.
I have to agree with her.
This isn't Kyle's friction with them.
I was gonna say he's not even in this video, is he?
I have to agree with her. They shouldn't be on the street.
Hey,
Kyle said he
Yeah,
didn't have any
that's what I
friction
would
with
say.
protesters. This isn't his
They're just
friction.
protecting their property.
Oh,
Kyle's about to walk
He
out.
brings the
This
dumpster.
video should have been objected to all the way back and should be objected to again. It's not
This should
relevant
be an
material. It's
objection.
just prejudicial, unfair prejudicial
Yeah, if you
material.
guys could switch him out. Just somebody's a loose cannon. He's got a lot of
All
rage.
this
He said the wrong
background
thing. This
talk
whole
too.
crowd burns you guys alive.
All this hearsay is being let in. This is ridiculous.
Protect your
let
property.
in
They
so
respect
much.
it. That just can't keep it there.
They did bring the rundown guy in, though, who was talking at one point. They didn't bring the fuck around and find out guy, though.
Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
Yeah, there should be an objection. We don't see Kyle in this video anywhere. This is
Yep.
irrelevant.
They
You
let
will,
it in
though.
so
There he
long
is.
ago,
There he
it's
is.
already been marked. Get out of the street. He's pulling a dumpster out of the street.
Did you consider that a
That's their
YouTuber asked
property.
you to stay on your property?
So much
You think
authority.
that looks like friction?
Kyle wasn't having friction.
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
No.
Yeah, a
I
little
couldn't.
bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting
Objection
to
calls for speculation.
members
No.
of your group going out in the street
No.
and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
Bring the objection now.
Object.
These
Solid
defense
happy
lawyers don't
about
object
it,
to. They really don't object
And
to
in
anything.
fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out
He wasn't
fires.
talking-
or
I didn't see him
interfere with
talking to
any of that
Kyle, did
stuff.
you?
Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
He does right after that clip.
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
You mean kicked his head?
So you knew
This was quintessential
that this was
hearsay,
a
by the
crowd
way.
that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
Jesus.
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire.
Why isn't this
Right.
objectionable?
So what did you
It is. They're just
interpret that
sitting.
to me?
I didn't hear it.
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time.
There
I
you go.
grabbed
Boom.
the picture a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you
Seems
light
to
stuff
me-
on fire and I'm going to
Who's testifying?
use my gun.
Your impression's irrelevant.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw.
Finally.
Finally.
Oh, he's there.
And then withdraw.
He's remembering his first year of law school.
It
You got
takes them a while to wake up,
Hold
but
on. You got a prosecutor standing up for the right of
Ask your
rioters.
questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes,
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night.
I have not.
So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
And when you
I
heard
like
him
that
ask you
YouTube's
to do an
media now.
interview,
Thank
you
you.
didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says I'm going to interview you that he's from the media, right?
Yes,
And
'Cause
did
you
he
wanna
tell
be
you he's
famous,
from the
right?
Daily Caller?
he did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for,
Correct.
YouTube.
but you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16?
don't you usually call 911 when the media someone asks you to do an interview?
Pinger will.
McGinnis wasn't holding a gun. He wasn't holding a club, right? He wasn't holding a knife.
He had a
one
cell
up there?
phone.
Did
and
he have
he's
a
not
tactical
blogger.
nuke?
He's not a biased blogger. That's what
Maybe he had a tank in his pocket.
Or he was just glad to see him.
What do we know? Have we seen? Oh, we haven't seen this.
Here we go.
Wasn't where I was going, but fair.
You do it on obviously your arm and your business is
And in gloves. Really?
Yeah.
Nope.
And what about these other folks? I see some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha.
And then what about these guys up on the roof?
That's the court.
The court's boomering the audio, by the way.
You have your
Finger
AR
is-
to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And
I don't
you
see the
indicate that you're
prosecution
gonna run
offering
out there
transcripts of these
and
videos to the jury like
treat
they're supposed
anyone
to.
who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you were out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out a fire who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted.
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
Because they do.
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd. You're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt.
We don't
that
care
you're
what
gonna
you
be
understand.
injured if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
Objection.
I mean, it's clear he doesn't understand this
I didn't
trial.
think they were hostile. I didn't think they
Where's
were
the question?
hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you, and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
You didn't just show a video of a riot taking place?
I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
They did, didn't they?
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand.
Because you're an idiot.
You're going to bring the gun to protect yourself.
You don't.
So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on
Deterrent
that
is the
property
best answer.
and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
This is dangerous.
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15.
Because it calls for speculation. Why is someone else doing something?
Can we play
ask that person?
This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis.
I'm gonna just send Richards an
follow
email that
you
says
and Ryan
objection.
Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want. I
Set
think
it to repeat every 15 minutes.
Your attorney was asking you questions that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play Exhibit 17, please.
It's gonna be with Yellow Pants Man.
The last 5 minutes has been the worst 5 minutes of the trial for Kyle.
Yeah,
I think so.
And it's his lawyer's fault.
That's
He
why you
should
don't
be
put him up.
objecting.
And yeah,
that's why you don't put him on the stand if you're not going to protect him and object. Literally, let go. Sound is terrible.
He just asked you. So you're a certified EMT.
And he said no, from what
And
I
you
heard.
said
but-
yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a
Oh,
lie,
okay.
correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Objection.
Yes.
People lie to the media?
No,
Weird.
credibility.
Yeah. No, this is why you don't bring him on the stand.
Yep.
Thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
This is undoing so much of the good work that they've done over the last few days.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please? And then just pause right there. We just heard a voice say something to you, Mr. Balch, about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators, Your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's
You called them friends.
who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through. I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
A lot of them are idiots.
Yeah, ask your question. I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
Yeah, I don't understand
If
what you're getting at.
You're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch. You don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Why are you
Yeah,
testifying?
I said it to them because they were throwing
the judge
rocks
lets him.
at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at me.
And to be accurate, they were
The
throwing at the
police.
Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying
Doesn't
to
matter.
harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Can you imagine is an
They weren't-
objection.
No one was throwing
Yes.
rocks at you.
Can you imagine
You
asking
were
these
kinda in the
questions?
Ricochet.
I could get away with it.
Yeah.
And he's getting
Where's
away with
So
it.
you wanted to
Where's
let these people
Richards?
know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but
I didn't say that. I said that you.
Yes, you
had to
did.
appear to them.
You
That
certainly
was what
wanted
you
to
were worried
imply
about,
it.
right?
You're
You
asking
said
for
friendly,
someone else's
and
impression?
I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you?
Object.
I'm trying to.
Because he can't believe
ask
his attorney's not objecting.
when you are doing.
He's hoping his attorney's going to wake up.
Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
Oh, this is what they object to?
Yeah, seriously.
You at this very moment announced yourself as friendly
Which was defending
because
himself
you were
rather
worried
than Kyle.
that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
Mike,
I don't.
Asked and
I
answered.
can't tell you how I
Objection.
think they would see me, but I just told
There
them.
you go. Speculation.
And I want to make sure you understand my question because I was
No.
asking you what you thought when you
They
said
thought.
this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me.
Misstates prior
Isn't that true?
testimony.
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the
That's what he said.
squad car. Not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, friendly,
Asked and
friendly,
answered.
so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
They're hyper emotional and irrational. So
Let's continue the video.
Did you say friendly because you didn't want people to throw rocks at you?
Well, his point is that he's knowingly walking into a war zone, which is what agitates them. That's what he's trying to get the jury to feel.
Mm-hmm.
There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder.
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires. And you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here. But when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to. It's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on.
I don't remember the conversation, what it was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue.
We'll follow this line of questioning at a later date.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody. It's a little spicy, that's all. Yeah, it smells it.
Such bad audio.
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
Please say on their finger. Please say on their finger.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, till you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Remember in a second that Kyle just admitted to lying on the
stand.
stand.
Joanne Fiedler testified to that. But
On the stand?
No.
I don't remember
On the
seeing
stand,
him
he admitted
at
to
that
lying.
location.
Sorry.
About being in the
Accuses
MC.
you of that.
Very big
To a
difference,
YouTuber.
though.
And you tell him basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation. So I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to
He
him.
just told you.
I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did. Those weren't true, were they?
Objection, asked and answered.
Oh, there's an objection.
Over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
Sarcasm, he says it's a lie. And the press will examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I
racist?
didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically,
Asked and answered.
did, and walked away.
Because
And
you were
walked away.
worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
Jesus
verbal
Christ, I
argument.
still not believe this.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought
How is this
you pointed your
relevant?
gun at him. Correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that
That
even
calls for
before this,
speculation.
right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you described as not having any friction, many in that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody
it calls
actually
for
was.
speculation.
I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Object to
Watching the
anything.
videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their
They
laser
thought?
pointers at them.
What do you
Objection.
think they thought about what you think?
Objection.
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something.
This isn't even interesting anymore.
Telling
I
him
hate
to stop
Richards.
pointing at lasers.
Yeah,
People
same.
or Something. I don't really remember that.
I don't know what
Ryan
other people
Balch
were
was telling
thinking.
the people in your group to stop doing that,
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
that were there, yes.
So
Did his lawyers go for lunch?
you know,
Seems
when
like
we're
it,
talking
yeah.
about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps, almost like this, right? If somebody
Stop
does
it.
this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
That's what Charles was complaining about,
Speculation.
right?
Yeah.
Stop this.
So
Comatose
you knew
defense
from that
strategy.
crowd incident, and you
Hearsay.
certainly knew from this incident that when people have guns
The
pointed
crowd
at them,
is saying, "Who the fuck's the
it
crowd?"
can really escalate the situation.
We need Schroeder to object.
This is calling
Yeah,
from
I-
so much speculation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think
As
but
devil's
let's go
advocate,
back
though,
to your
they
group
can
at
see the
59th
jury and
Street,
we
'cause you
can't.
actually didn't know any of those
Yes.
people.
So they
other
may
than
be asleep.
Dominic and Nick Smith,
Or
right?
annoyed.
yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for
That's
the first
fairly
time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night.
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night,
Correct.
and you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on
I misspoke their
yeah,
names.
sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew.
If you're going to ask about
Other
question,
than
at
that,
least
you
let him
didn't know
answer.
anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
He literally went for
When
snacks.
you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
What, yesterday or today?
You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station. I walk around and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that.
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were.
How would he know what the police are doing?
I said south of 60th. Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes
Can
up.
someone
to you
get
and talks
Richards
to
a
you,
Coke?
Right? You remember that?
Yes.
Twix.
You're standing there at
Or
the
some Coke.
property, aren't you? And
Red
he
Bull.
talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police
Take
had
away his
already
pillow.
passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
It's what it looks like. Yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the put across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did
Objection
you
calls
see
for spec. Oh,
to the 59th Street?
I
car
couldn't
source
see the
property?
car source.
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how
I
many.
can't
people.
recall completely.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage, fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
That contradicts another witness, by the way.
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
There you go.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw,
How
correct?
do you know what the
No,
police are about to do?
They did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right. But this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line. And as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
Objection calls for
And
speculation.
you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than
So why not go home?
because I was going to help people provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't.
How many more times can we
you were
ask
there that
this?
night. You were there that night to protect the 59th
As many as
Street
Richards
car
will sleep
source.
through.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide.
Can we call for a wellness check on the defense attorneys?
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So
Help your defense attorneys. I think they've
Why go
passed
with
out.
Ryan Balch?
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you cross 60th, you were worried about your safety,
A little bit.
even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them. You were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Balch to back you up.
You
right?
bastard.
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
Good.
So
Finally.
let me raise my question.
Finally.
To take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally. You
I
thought
feel
you were
like he's
going to help
asked
them.
this 1,000 different
But
ways.
yet you also
He
felt
has.
you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
What?
The gravy seal.
And yet when he's gone and you can't find him,
With the presence of 2 Army
you don't
infantrymen.
immediately go back, right?
I looked for him for a second, and then I think max I looked for him for like 3 minutes, and then I tried to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at
How is this
60th
not
and
compound?
Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
Nothing's objectionable if you
don't
never
know.
get up and object.
Why didn't you go west
Yep.
over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back.
I guess I made a decision.
That I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs. And I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked after the phone call. I asked the guy for a fire extinguisher and to come with me.
Remember in the chat, if you're bored, so is the jury. That might be why they're not objecting.
Play exhibit number 11.
I'm making some progress on my summary judgment.
4-minute and 30-second mark.
This is painful.
I hate having to fold the Daubert argument into the summary judgment. I asked the court to let us do a separate motion, but what can I say? Because he just didn't want to see that many briefs. It's a simple argument anyway.
This is the Corey Elijah live.
Oh, is there another trial going on here?
He's in the Ultimate Gas.
Yeah, I mean, this is not how you generally do. Again, if he scored points, they're not going to be very well remembered.
Ryan Balch standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot.
He also keeps reminding the jury of just what an environment this was, and blaming him for being brave, weary of his safety, and also being courageous and helping other people.
How dare you put out those fires? You let that city burn.
Just like our city did.
Look at those gas prices.
We just saw
You can't catch him. He's the
run through
Flash.
This video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
How
And
dare you
run
not see him?
right past where Corey Elijah is standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26
Ridiculous
seconds,
question.
right?
Who cares?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate gas station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away. Not running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
But he wasn't there running there for 26 seconds.
When he's standing right there before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy to protect you.
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
How long
I
has he been on
screamed
that
friendly,
phrase?
friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
At that time, yes, but
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
not at that time.
And you also
Objective
wanted someone
hearsay.
from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction.
He's answered this question
I
100
didn't think it would
times.
cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well,
Defense,
Dominic,
get
if
up
you're
and
telling
move
us
him
that
along.
Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right?
No.
Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr.
Maybe it's
Black
big
said to me
fire.
on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
Objection, idiotic question.
This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
Oh, an objection.
He told us he
Finally.
thought there were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time. I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
Because my friend asked me to.
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that
Boom.
was to put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street
He
car
actually
source, you're
doesn't
with
know that.
Ryan Balch
Yes.
and then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car
Yes.
source, everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler,
Yes.
Dustin Collette, Dominic Black, Nick Smith, Jason Lakowski, anyone else, they're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street Car Source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes, like I saw, I think there were 6 people, they in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed. Correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street Car Source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street Car Source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
He's a good guy.
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believe there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Oh my God.
Choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
Were you suggesting you stole
I
it?
didn't take my rifle off there because
They have suggested
there was
that multiple
nobody I
times.
could hand it to. And when I
They're
took it
trying to-
off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in the corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
Right
And
up to the
you
point where I
made a
shot that
conscious
pedo.
decision to bring it along.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, asked and answered. We remember that's a thing. Oh, okay.
No, the rule in Wisconsin is the 14th asked and answered is when you can
did, but I
object.
don't really understand.
And he's awake.
Well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it?
My
Where's you
God.
gonna put it?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have because there was people around that could have stolen my gun and I didn't.
Yeah, he's not going to just
Do
like
you-
leave it on top of one of those flaming cars.
Do you leave guns
I
around,
didn't
Mr.
take my
Binger?
rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me. as I was going there. So that's
I
why I
didn't
brought it.
have to take it off. Just stop.
Yes.
You don't have to
You
have a
brought it along
reason.
down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself.
Oh my God!
against someone
Again.
else
They're
harming you.
trying to find a gotcha
Correct?
moment that's just not going to
That would
happen.
have happened.
It's not
I would
going
have
to.
protected myself, but
But there's a time for the defense to stand up and say, Your Honor.
Yes.
Said you had
Stop
a
letting
plan
them fish for
or
that
you
moment.
expecting you would
The
need
prosecution's trying to make fetch happen, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go.
happening.
Here we go.
Solid reference.
Hold on. Yeah.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd car.
The judge
Street car source.
objected,
I have
I
not
think.
asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, go ahead. But, you need to.
That's his big objection. Well, go ahead.
I think the judge was indicating you need to get
When
to your
you
point.
decided to bring
He said,
your
"Well, go ahead."
AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
My God!
Some lunatic like Rosenbaum charging him.
I have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
In case.
You brought it along for
deterrence.
protection, but you
That's
didn't
what
think
said.
you needed
It's
protection.
deterrence.
Binger, do you take
Oh my
condoms on a
God.
date?
Do you put on a
Just in
seatbelt?
Thank you. Hold on, guys.
I'm trying to clarify the two different answers that I think he just gave, Your Honor.
Well,
No, he didn't.
go ahead. Can you?
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
I asked you why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection.
I didn't understand the question because I can't imagine anyone could be this
Help me
stupid.
understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection.
I
This
brought
has been
the
like,
gun
what,
for
45 minutes on this
protection,
line?
But what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
Meaning deterrence.
How
So
many
you-
ways does he
this
have to
video-
say it?
Are
He
running.
needs to say that word, that magic word, deterrence.
Yes.
Yeah.
You run across
Same
the
reason you have
screen.
a fire extinguisher. I don't
Yes,
expect my
yes.
kitchen to catch
And then I
fire.
think you
but
testified
it
on direct
does.
that as
Yes.
you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you
'cause you've asked it
stopped
58
running and
times.
You walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there,
The jury has to be
You
so
indicated.
walked around that
You
vehicle,
indicated.
saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
Let's get to Josh.
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see. I go to run back towards 59th
And
Street,
Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
Yeah.
and then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun, Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything
I'd
that
say
you
no.
did
He chased me.
when that
That's what's
situation
fair
just
to
happened
say.
at the Duramax?
Yes.
That's bait.
Can we play the iPad, please? The
They're going to
iPad
zoom
with-
in and show him raise the rifle.
This is
on the
exhibit number
enhanced video.
73. What are you guys going to do?
Yeah, that have you told me everything is always a trap question.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
The only
enhanced
answer
video.
is I think so.
To the best of my
But-
knowledge.
I tried to
That's
answer
right,
every
right.
question, but yes.
Yeah,
The-
I've answered your questions.
Don't put the witness or the defendant on the stand. But
Yeah.
Accurate.
the
Facts.
enhanced video where a cop used his iPhone to pinch to zoom is that literally testified to. That's what they're about to use to show that he definitely raised his gun at Zeminski, provoking the attack from Zeminski, and they're going to try and transfer that to the chase, and that destroying his self-defense claim. It's a real shit tactic because, because it's a shit
it's not.
tactic.
If the defense lets him do it, it's a great tactic. All unfair stuff is great if the other side lets you do it.
Yeah.
This is why you
And
don't put him on the stand when you don't need to.
Well, all right, but
And
if you put him on the stand,
put him on the stand, you got to be awake.
got to protect him.
Yes, like a
Mr.
father.
Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit
Because
number
no one objected to
73.
foundation.
This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Object.
Yes,
Thank you.
there's an
Oh,
objection.
finally.
There we go.
We got one.
Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read,
Ooh, motions.
watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Wow.
Hey, don't
I
come
don't know if
watch
it's
us.
emotional or
Pinch-
just a break, but
I hate
Pinch
this.
to
Came early,
zoom,
kids. We got an
cropping
objection.
video is not accurate, especially when you get small, because it uses interpolation. That's an AI algorithm that is determining pixels that do not exist. So when
Adds
you're going to talk about
pixels.
when you're going to talk about Kyle, who's a tiny figure at the point that they're talking about raising a gun, you're literally relying on the iPad's AI to determine what happens. And we know that Apple is opposed to guns, so it will show him raising the gun.
I think
No,
that's
forgetting
a stretch,
that.
but
It's a dark
It's not
area
fair.
also, so a few extra dark pixels can change the entire parameter
Yes.
as to
Yeah.
the direction of the
Yes,
gun
that's
and what it is. There is no way that this is reliable evidence, and the notion that this is going to get in here as a way of trying to impeach Kyle is so absurd. It's practically as bad as the Fifth Amendment violation.
But Joe, I saw it on
shadow can end up
CSI.
looking
It's
like the
totally
gun.
possible. It totally
Zoom,
happens on TV.
enhance, zoom and enhance.
at
Can we get
least
filters on this?
they're going to listen, hopefully.
Your Honor,
Can we get the lawyer cat filter?
Ooh.
is there motions?
I think they went upstairs, though. Go
I
ahead.
think so.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I
No, you do.
They've proved
suspect
unreliable.
that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen.
Yeah, this hasn't actually been submitted.
iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that
Good job,
allow
Nick.
things
Nick.
viewed through
Nick.
dimensions and logarithms. A
47's looking a lot less happy now.
Algorithm.
Algorithms.
And
Either way, that's
it
fine.
uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is Apple's
Animation.
iPad programming, creating what it thinks is there, not
Yes.
what necessarily is there.
Finally.
And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it. And this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert, I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't
Irrefutable
think
objection.
that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
It's guesswork.
Mr. Binger?
And we haven't
Your
reviewed
Honor,
the
I
footage
think
we're about to
everybody
see.
in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device.
So
And I think we've all
Are they
taken
all
a
on trial for
photograph or
murder?
video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a
It doesn't
common
make it accurate.
part
Yeah,
of
but that doesn't mean that it's
everyone's everyday life.
trial appropriate.
In
Yeah,
the
we've
old
all
days,
used-
you
we all
had a
watch
photograph
cartoons
and
also. What's that mean?
magnifying glass,
It's
right?
another cartoon.
That doesn't
no,
change.
it's not analogous to a
photograph.
magnifying
Use a
glass.
Look at
magnifying glass
Sheriff
to look at words on a paper or a photograph. The magnifying glass doesn't change the image.
But this does.
But this does.
Change pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book.
Print it out and get a magnifying
That's the
glass.
difference. That's the difference.
The pinch and zoom.
This is guessing how to fill it in.
The iPad or the iPhone.
Oh, here we come with
or
the
the
disingenuous
Android phone,
argument.
whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing.
No,
It
you are
does
not.
not.
No, it doesn't.
You are
Has
misleading the
actually
court.
wrong.
Holy
say
crap.
that this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those
Well,
lines.
that's what it
Because
does.
This is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout
But
the
not
last
for evidence.
10 years of our lives.
Remember,
Add this to the
Schroeder already
disciplinary
doesn't trust him.
record.
In fact, this is a feature
Schroeder already doesn't
really
trust
like
what he
in
says.
America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on
That's
that
ridiculous.
screen,
After the jury looks at it,
they can do that.
that's
No,
what
you bring an
insane.
expert.
Screw you.
And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video
No, that's
or
not.
altering
Why
the
do that
image
before
You're
the jury
going
sees it?
a 2-megapixel video versus a
So if they want to make a
20
jury question out of this,
megapixel or
they are free
12
to
on
do
an
so. We're still in their
iPhone,
case in
12
chief.
megapixel photo.
I don't frankly understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my
You don't understand it, so how can you disagree with
You
it?
don't understand it. My expert told me about it. He should
to
win.
pinch and zoom on a screen.
You need to provide this before the jury gets tainted by looking at this fictional,
It just
enhanced image.
Yeah, I think
Well,
they
I
would
don't
need to
know.
introduce
When
an
I
expert
put the
first
magnifying glass up,
on this issue.
then it's enlarging the image. It is not altering the image.
Yes.
What he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure about it.
Your Honor, we stipulate to
I'm
that.
hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to have
Weep.
to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware.
No.
Oh my God.
No.
No.
Isn't
No.
he said usually? He
And
said
the
usually.
by which it's been enhanced.
Defense hasn't even had an
You're
opportunity to
suggesting
review.
that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it.
Why didn't the
thought you
prosecution
should.
bring an
Actually, you're
expert?
the one who's offering the
Yes.
exhibit, so you should
Yes.
have the position.
Yes, thank
Offer
you.
Evidence as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this
I've got
room.
Eric.
on.
I've got Eric
Counsel
from the
is saying about
Genius
Apple
Bar.
software
He can
and
tell us.
bloggers,
The last
It's not
refuge of a
something
scoundrel.
people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the
He
stand.
did.
Believe me,
did.
when it's
He's asking him to take
not
notice of
something
this.
I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down in from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels.
Yes.
Yes.
That's an alteration of the image.
Should have
So
never
I
been
don't have
admitted.
any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's
Yep.
a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image,
Enhance.
because obviously if you insert more
Depiction.
items into an area of space, it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think, Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on a screen, it actually it
Don't lie
almost-
to the court.
It takes the high resolution.
You've already
that you
said you're
see
not an
here,
expert.
and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
I don't, you know what, I'm not going
Nope.
to
No.
accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to
Mm-hmm.
accept what you're telling me. I
Bring an
said
expert.
if you can offer
Smart.
somebody who's knowledgear in these areas,
Voir
Yep.
dire this issue.
the document.
And
or
put him
the,
on
uh,
cross.
I think you should be
Before
allowed
the
to
jury
use
sees
the
it.
image.
Before the jury sees it.
But this is high risk. To me,
Yes.
if you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no.
There's no
Tell me
proof
where
of-
I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of that.
No
I
proof
said
you're
you
not.
have
Listen.
It's
proof.
your evidence.
You're the proponent of the exhibit.
Yes.
Yes.
You need
It's
to
your
tell me
burden.
that
Good call,
it's reliable.
Uncle Bailey.
Already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not.
Look what happens when common
Yes.
sense happens.
Thank you.
Well, then why show it?
Right.
I mean, the reason you want to show it is so because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
say what Mr. Cross was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them, on many exhibits in this trial.
And you didn't
Did you
object.
object?
Yeah.
Again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert
That's
testified
not
Get a magnifying
analogous.
glass.
You're misleading
Get
the
a magnifying glass. Use that.
was that he uses,
Yeah.
we called it.
Yeah. Actually,
Give them the
use the
original video and a
magnifying glass.
magnifying
Judge has
glass.
one.
See how well that works
Software
out.
program he was using to create the additional images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because I don't think it's fair to equate.
Let's pinch and zoom on
technical
Binger's
video editing
DMs
software
there,
used
by
by
the
the
way.
crime lab.
Post them
gonna
to
say-
Twitter, your best pinch and zooms.
They're different.
I'm
There's
surprised
a
his
couple
home screen
cowboys
isn't.
in those DMs. We
And I
know
don't
it.
think it's fair to
I'm
assume
surprised his home screen isn't Jar Jar Binks.
every one of those jurors is familiar with this process.
What is that flag? Can we pinch and zoom on that?
Nate.
Nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago, people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And
And
if
yes, it
Every
is.
different.
I think
Then
it's
use a
common
magnifying
knowledge.
glass.
And
Pull out
I-
your
Or
damn
if it
magnifying
is,
glass.
get an expert in here to say that.
If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can.
Oh, no, no,
That's not how
no.
that works.
The exhibit's
No.
already in evidence. It would be
Well,
no
first
different
off,
than
you're
me holding
burning.
up a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement.
Then
This
do
guy
that.
did it Yesterday with
Richard was
Walgreens
asleep.
prints.
He wants to flip the
Your
burden of
Honor,
proof.
I would know because I also work at the Apple Store because I'm a terrible prosecutor.
Well, that might be his next job.
Okay. It's not the judge again.
I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you
Damn
didn't
straight.
object,
Yes.
then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that.
Damn
Because if I take
Yep.
the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here,
this judge.
someone to correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe the expert testified that he had
Judge is
inserted,
relying on what he
or
heard.
either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image.
Yes.
That
Different program, Your Honor.
Doesn't
I don't know
matter.
what kind of a I don't care
It's
what
this
kind of a
fucking
program it is.
screen.
Yes.
Question
It
is,
has
is
to
the-
fill pixels.
Is
period.
the image in its virginal state?
Virginal.
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just
Then bring an expert.
with no basis whatsoever. Absolutely. Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis
So have
in this
you.
record whatsoever.
Yeah.
He's
So have you.
using a
Same.
common part of life
And his are
that
accurate.
everyone uses.
You're
every
lying.
single day. The expert.
I lie to
Doesn't matter
people
how
every day. Can
Often
I?
people use
Can I
them, it
lie
doesn't
in court?
Change how it
It
works.
does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then if it's going to be an issue, let's.
Well,
let's
you're
make
the
it a shot.
proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that does not distort.
Go hire an
the-
expert for tomorrow, Binger.
So.
Okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now and then we'll tie it
No.
up later.
No.
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 What I
No.
said.
That's,
No.
you said
That's
the
not
opposite of
what
those
I
things.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me.
No,
I
you said
said-
you'd ordinarily do that.
Yeah, I said
Yeah, that's not what I
that
said.
we're going to take a break right now.
Disingenuous.
And I said, before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be shown, demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then you're requesting an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will
Yeah,
need some
seriously.
time to make arrangements for what
The
you're asking.
attitude.
So I would ask that before I am, I would like
Yeah, at
time
least get your witness to make a
done
proffer.
cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away? And, maybe you can get somebody
Chop,
to
chop, buddy.
testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take
You
a
got
look.
John Black right there. Ask
Mr.
him.
Buck?
We can answer that question.
Binger's next case needs to be Binger versus the disciplinary board.
What software are they using on the iPad? We don't know.
Let's aim for 320.
When he's done filing
Front
lawsuits.
centrally, we're going to watch exhibit number
Yeah,
82.
no content
Wait.
this week. It's been a very busy week.
Version of the drone footage that was introduced by
We're gonna watch
Arthur
it how. You better not pinch that
Armstrong
fucker.
yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it when we move it, please.
Oh, please let them try to. pinch
Wonder if
it.
they're going to withdraw that pinch to Zoom.
Objection, inappropriate pinching.
He's going to try and point it out from the grainy ass video.
Sure.
They've already got one at 50% speed and enhanced. I don't know why they need to go further.
He's just gonna make himself look desperate if he's trying to be like, see, stop trying to make fetch happen.
I love that movie.
I am
Thank you
all
so
for the
much.
Mean Girls memes.
That's what he keeps
I wrote
doing.
my.
It's pissing me off.
Hey,
I wrote my-
y'all, I got to get out of here. But
Later, buddy.
I got people to sue. All right. See y'all.
Travis Scott. He's got Travis
Lawyer
Scott to sue.
problems.
As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would
Squint like this so you can see it enhanced.
Is that an American flag tissue box?
Yes,
Yeah.
but like
That's
an
amazing.
old timey one.
this location, which is
Someone on Twitter is going to say it's a Confederate flag.
There's an individual here on the sidewalk who is
Texan flag.
in a wheelchair. And
Is that
there's a little
zoomed?
gap there,
Looks original.
and the Duramax. And we'd like you to keep your eyes on that location. Before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are you able to see this video okay?
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead and play that.
Oh, so clear.
That's enlightening.
Every time they've shown that, I'm looking right at him and I can't see it.
Pause. Now, Mr. Rittenhouse, you told us earlier everything that you did when you first got to this location, correct? Yes. What you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
I can't see it.
Could you pinch and
Understandable.
zoom?
This is a nice 4K TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you. Move it a little bit back.
He just said 4K.
Are you able to see that screen
Made me
okay?
giggle.
Where is he?
So,
You can see it now.
this video's altered. If it's 4K, that's a 1080p
No, look.
video.
It says slowed down
understand, I'm
50%.
just
This is
thinking
the
of-
edited one that was omitted. Remember? No objections to that.
Share the officer. Yeah, do you want to go over there as well?
The TV itself might be altering the image.
Would it be easier,
Exactly.
Mr. Rittenhouse, if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same
Well,
definition?
and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come
Sure.
stand closer to the TV? Would that
As
be
long as
okay?
he doesn't block the jurors, he and Mr. Richards can go over here.
All right,
and,
let's, I'll move this
Can
back.
Mr. Rittenhouse get by the jury without shooting them with an AR-15? Is that even possible, Judge? I don't know.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video, please. I'm going to tell you when to pause.
Don't want to tell him.
Which also indicates to the jury by having Rittenhouse come down to the well that the prosecutor doesn't believe he's a threat. I would not want to be standing next to a defendant in most of my criminal trials.
Yeah. Ever.
He's not an intimidating dude looking at
I mean, that's part of why I like sitting next to my accused is to show, hey, look, I'm fine with this.
And
You know?
Emily's talking about the subtle subconscious imagery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the OJ gloves mistake. Prosecutor stood right next to him.
Let's play it one more time.
Yeah, play it again. This will be great. Just keep showing the jury how no one can see what the hell you're talking about.
Pause.
Fetch.
Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you raised your weapon and pointed it at someone?
No.
So fetch.
No.
Let's play it one more time.
Yeah, do it again.
Keep watching until you see it.
He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see.
Asked and
Go
answered.
ahead.
You're trying to invent it.
You can
Trying to
ask him
make
that
him
every
see.
time. Kyle should know by now that the answer is always no, even if he could see it clear as
Pause the
day.
video.
No.
No.
Just
It's
no.
better more what he remembers.
It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle's pointed downward.
Thank you.
We
There's
actually
your
have.
All right.
I think we actually have footage of this moment from a cell phone that's nearby.
You
Well, they
can
don't want to play
actually
Your
that.
testimony today
make out the
under oath
people.
is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is
Objection
that right?
asked and answered.
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down.
I see myself drop it. Yes.
Let's play Exhibit 84 now, please.
Isn't that what you just played? Again, is the computer outputting 4K to the 4K TV? Have we asked this question? I mean, there's so much wrong with this. That bag almost hit him. I didn't realize that.
In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there is a point. Let's continue the video, please.
Okay.
All right, let's pause.
Show how he
Go
didn't
back
kill him a
and start
second
the video
ago.
again, please.
He could have, but he didn't.
Yeah, no, he thought he could maybe still get away, so he was trying.
Pause. Can you go back about half a second, please?
No, it only operates in seconds. This Windows Media Player. You should try VLC so you can go frame by frame.
Go back just a little bit more, please.
This is so ridiculous. That for like a millimeter of a second, his gun was up. He thinks this is making points with the jury. The jury's gonna be very impressed with this.
The jury's going to
Yeah,
look at
just
this
go
and say,
back
"This
to the
is your
beginning and
case?"
try it again.
After the bag's thrown at him.
After the bag is clearly thrown.
Yeah.
Oh, can you see yourself? No, there's a
point
street light.
Where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air, correct?
Oh, yeah, I
wouldn't
can see
say
it.
he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air, right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was
Not
unarmed,
like that.
correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video.
Yeah, he's about to get himself a rifle, though.
This looks like every cold-blooded murder I've ever imagined.
Yeah. The part where you run away from the guy you're trying to murder, that
Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that incident, correct?
He touched my gun.
He didn't
Good.
touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
No.
He didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him.
Actually,
He didn't have a bat on him.
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind. Correct?
Other than
pedophilia,
him grabbing my gun. No.
Other than unleashed rage.
Have possession of that gun. You did. Correct?
He's grabbing it.
Holding it, yes.
And it was strapped to your body. Correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15. Correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit? I apologize, Brian. I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw. That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please.
Find me a cop in the land who wouldn't have taken that shot.
None.
Any cop. Just one single police
While you're
officer.
watching this video, I'd like
cops
you to
would take that
tell
shot
me
if it
you
was a
see
5'3",
Mr.
100-pound
Rosenbaum
woman
jump
chasing
up in
them,
the air with his hands up. Okay.
Okay.
and they'd be justified.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when he was further away, before he got so close,
They would have taken the first shot when he turned around. They wouldn't have run.
Even in Canada, right?
They would have fired there. Oh, yeah. I mean, if this was a trial of a police officer, it wouldn't be happening.
Pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again.
There's also case law on taking something from somebody's possession being assaultive. So,
Yep.
you know,
It's battery,
Well,
right?
and taking somebody's gun is, when you're
Right before Mr.
threatening them
Rosenbaum
like that.
disappears behind that
I believe
car,
hand on the
you
gun
see him
also
jump up in the
is
air with his
dual
hands up?
possession under the law.
No, I saw
Yes.
To quote legal, he touched the newspaper. It's battery.
That was a reaction
I saw that video also.
to pointing the gun at him, correct?
He can't know that.
Yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit.
There's the word.
Sort of jumped with his hands in the air.
Ron, you're echoing.
Right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Now let's play exhibit 86, please.
Did he think that was scoring points with the jury?
Ron, you should be able to unmute when you got your audio set.
Go ahead.
I mean, open and shut case.
Oh,
Oh, let's be honest. I don't think he managed to touch.
Did
the
you
gun.
slow down?
Did I?
Yeah.
I turned around and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But
You're not really very
after the
fast,
shooting,
are you?
you run around
you are
those
full of
cars and
chocolate,
head
sir.
back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
Good-
And you've
good-
heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
Good
When
answer.
he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His
Objection.
pelvis is broken, right?
Objection.
How would he know?
Just put it right at the end
That
of the
calls for
statement.
I saw him
speculation.
lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
He's doing the best
Because he
pro
was
se
trying to push
job
you
of a
out of the way
defendant
so
in the
you wouldn't
situation,
shoot.
I could imagine.
Thank you.
It does call for
Thank you.
speculation. How much time are we talking about?
What
How many
was
percentages of a second?
the risk
3/4 of a second
To
for
you.
all 4 shots.
of death or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything
That's the
to you
moment for him.
about taking your gun. Did he?
Defend him. Defend Rosenbaum, you
He didn't say
scumbag.
anything, but he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
Yeah.
Objection.
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
You know that sitting here today?
Let's break that down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun.
He's
By running
arguing
away,
with him. This is
doing
not
that
cross
with
examination. This is not
Yeah.
questioning of a witness.
Right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could
No,
have
I-
turned back around
No.
like you did, couldn't you?
Let him explain.
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
To help retain it, yes.
And you have both hands on the gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything
Is he
at all
really saying he needs
about
to
wanting
wrestle
your
him
gun.
for the gun?
You never heard him say
He's
anything.
trying to
correct?
say
I have.
he couldn't have gotten your
You
gun
never
off
said
because
anything.
it had
He
a
never said
strap.
anything to you about using
is
that
dumb.
gun at all.
It's not correct either.
Yeah, no.
I-
Bring a
accurate.
use of force expert to this, and you
Mr.
can't find
Rosenbaum
one.
was
They don't
thinking when
exist.
He tried to grab my gun.
No, they said they wouldn't need
You
one.
just assumed.
Yeah, because they want to BS it.
I'm going to kill you.
Hang on, listen.
First of
What a
all,
ridiculous
and then
question.
you assumed he was going to try and use it on you.
The guy who said I'm going to kill you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
When you assume.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes,
When he
because
charged
he was
me.
chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point
Yeah,
it at
bully
him
him
if you
into
didn't have
crying.
any
That'll be a
intention of
good
shooting?
fucking look, you ass.
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night.
He's making
I
Rittenhouse's
didn't want
case.
to have to shoot him.
But you understand
Poor kid.
how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you
Finger,
understand
you're going to undo any
how
ground you gained
dangerous
with
that
this.
is, don't you?
Finger's handing him the case right here.
Pointed at
Yeah,
him
yes.
because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Oh my
Why?
Has to
Why?
answer.
Because his lawyer will let him.
Yeah.
Your question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you say I'm going to ask it a third
understand.
time? You're writing the objection.
Wait,
Point a
he
gun
just
at
did it again, though.
Correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed.
Not if they stop
Right?
charging.
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else,
Has to answer.
that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you. Correct?
Feelings.
Asked and answered.
Mr. Rosenbaum was
Calls for
chasing
speculation.
me. He said he was
Nothing more
kill
than
me if he got me alone.
feelings.
I was alone.
There you
I was
go.
running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
There you go.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yet you
God.
chose not to answer.
Are you serious?
Oh, objection here.
Thank you.
Finally.
My question is, you understand
I don't.
that
This
when
is
you
painful
point
to
your
watch.
AR-15 at someone,
Richard,
It may
sit
make
up and
them
object.
feel
Stop playing with your pen.
like you're going to kill them, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Thank you. It's speculative as to how they feel.
Way so as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand
The
my
judge
question?
said deter.
I do.
Yeah,
Please answer.
finally. Someone
did.
told him to say the word deter.
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have
Thank
ran
you.
away instead
There
of
we go,
trying to
deterrence.
take my gun from me. But he kept.
Jury set up
shooting
for
me.
this.
It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt
This guy's an
like you were about to
insufferable
die,
piece of shit.
right?
Yes.
But when you
This is
point
the part
your
that
finger
jury's
at
gonna
someone
break
else,
into.
that's going to make them feel like they're about to die.
Who fucking
right?
cares? They're trying to
That's
kill
what
him.
you wanted him to feel.
They're
No.
ready.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why
Yes.
you pointed the gun at him, right?
I
Stop
pointed the
him.
gun at him to deter him from.
Perfect.
I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming,
Compound.
you're going to kill him. Right?
This is badgering.
I didn't want to
This
have
is-
to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
This is shameful.
I love his answers, though. I love his answers.
It
His
is
answers
shameful.
are great, but I think his lawyers. I'm sorry. There's
Richard's
no strategic or tactical justification for this.
Seems
Yes, it is
argumentative. Oh, thank
argumentative.
God.
Thank you.
He said
Thank
that
you.
personal use for purposes of perjury.
Thank you.
Badgering.
Who
Badgering.
said badgering? Someone said
The
badgering.
judge.
The judge.
Oh no, I mean me 30 seconds ago.
Richards did too.
2 minutes ago.
I mean, to be fair, we were all yelling every objection that we've
Yes.
heard.
You intended
Okay.
in that
No, I only yelled about a
sequence
third
we
of what I
just
heard.
saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum in the middle of the parking lot, right?
I
He already
pointed
answered
at him
this.
so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That
I
was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
Yeah,
That's
knock
the
it off.
The jury cannot see you.
I thought we'd moved. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
It's
They
a
gotta see
clever
what a
diffusion
douchebag
by
you
the
are.
judge.
What did the judge do to diffuse?
Made him move the
He's
TV.
making Binger move the TV so that
To
the
get
jury
him-
can see Binger. But that
The point
should
I'm
be,
trying to
in
get
my
at,
opinion, that's
Mr.
a
Rittenhouse,
warning to
is that
Binger.
That wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave
Objection
this
asked and
around.
answered.
You made an
Deterrence.
intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and point the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
No.
Speculation.
Continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
Good.
Okay.
Good enough.
Good answer.
That's pretty good.
It
Yeah.
didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
Because
So
he
clearly
is
he
a
wasn't scared.
perverted
And even after
mental.
you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
in like
three-quarters of 1 second.
Shoot until he was
three-quarters.
no longer a threat to me.
Good answer.
And after that,
Good answer.
you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
3 seconds
Yes.
after I just shot
And
someone.
you're a medic, correct?
I have a training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that.
And
right?
you said he was
Yeah.
lying.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right
Maybe-
across the street
Maybe I'm just too biased.
from a
I
hospital. isn't
just
it?
can't believe that this people are sitting in this room
But
and
your
not
first
ripping this
thought
guy's heads
was-
off.
Run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, get him, get him, get him. And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
What does
I
it
don't know.
matter?
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
Objection. He didn't stand over his body.
Never stood over his body. That's
Go ahead.
bullshit.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body,
Object.
did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I
His-
wanted to.
His
help Mr.
tone
Rosenbaum.
is fucking infuriating.
And if
Yeah.
the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum. But the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play. Can we have Exhibit 14, please?
Make sure you mute
At
the audio, Binger,
3 hour,
to help your
58
self.
minute and 45-second mark.
I should point out, in general, it's difficult watching someone else try a case, regardless of whether it's being done well and which side you're sympathetic to. If you are a trial lawyer, watching someone else try a case is a toe curling,
You see every mistake.
locking experience.
Yeah.
Every mistake and how you would do it differently. And you don't have the red welt, of course. You don't really know what's confidential, but it is a lot of what you're hearing from us is
Well,
speaking, that.
You also never walk out of a trial where you don't do this to yourself and think of every place where you could have gone. I could have said something.
Well, I
better.
didn't walk out of a trial where I would have said done this to myself.
Like regret your mistakes.
Well, you've
Yeah.
never bingered yourself, I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah,
I
no.
remember mistakes, but not.
If I ever bingered myself, I might Rittenhouse myself.
The fact
Remember,
that
we've
Kyle's
been spinning
sitting there
this
with his
entire
mom-
cross on the first murder
Yes.
or accusation.
They're trying to
I
close
forgot
the
about
day. But the fact that Kyle's still composed on the stand with his mom losing it in the audience
Extraordinary.
It's
Extraordinary.
amazing.
is really incredible.
Yes.
Most witnesses couldn't do that.
After you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
No idea.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right
you see it
alongside
happen?
63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You
Why
didn't
didn't you
react
shoot
at all
them?
to those gunshots, did you?
That time my audio was still going in and out partially.
Because he had just
He-
fired a weapon.
But again,
He
my
just
question
fired a
is, you
gun
didn't react
without
at
ear
all to those,
protection.
did you?
Not that I can see.
Let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man.
Please show the super chat. He found out.
He laid him out. Laid him out, y'all. Laid him out.
It looks like he was looking at what Gaige was doing
He was
to help,
calling
and then when
someone.
people came running, he went running.
McGinnis.
Yeah.
McGinnis, not
Or
Gage.
was that McGinnis? Sorry.
No
Yeah,
one in that crowd
McGinnis.
Who was
yells,
it?
"Get him!" or anything threatening towards you. until
Literally
after
did.
You started running away, right?
No.
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yeah.
Like they're gonna roll
But you
out.
chose to call your best friend, right?
Called the first number of my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
Yes.
Oh my- Yes.
Yes.
I
Don't
don't
you have a
know.
phone? We all have phones.
And then you started running.
Pinch and zoomer.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 12?
They need to pinch this trial off.
His testimony where he actually testified in court that he might have been wrong about what he said, that testimony?
While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time
That's
for that.
not how
didn't
he
you?
described it.
For a second. I stopped for a second.
Let's play exhibit number 12, please.
So he's saying he stopped for a second to ask for help.
They say he's going to the police.
This is all completely irrelevant, by the way, to the self-defense claim.
Yeah.
He
they're
could have
just
sat
trying to
down
make
on
him
his
look
corpse
bad.
and had tea if he wanted to.
So there was like 6 shots.
What I see is people running towards something that's happening.
Hey, look, there's a crowd after him.
Back up 10 seconds, please.
Now, why don't you play the next 10 seconds?
Go ahead.
You know why.
I hear a lot of people yelling.
Pause.
Why'd you shoot him?
There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
Yes.
He should have
You
stopped
told
him.
him
Answer that.
he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
Good answer.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
That's not what he
You
said.
didn't say that, you asshole.
That's
Objection.
disingenuous
Someone
as
else.
fuck.
You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has
No.
a gun, right?
That's not what he
Objection.
said.
But you told the crowd
He's characterizing his testimony.
he had a gun, didn't you?
And you lied after
That's what
that.
I said.
How dare you
And that
lie?
wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
He had his hand
Now,
on your
can we
gun.
please play
I
exhibit
heard
number 3
literally 5
at the 1
gunshots
hour,
other than
17
mine,
minute,
and I
and
thought he
10
had a
second
gun.
mark?
Sorry. God.
I can't believe he didn't object to mischaracterizing his testimony.
That's unbelievable.
Binger is actually making me like prosecutors more because I hate him so
Richards.
much, and I think he has to be off of, like, so far away from the average prosecutor.
gonna
Nothing
have to
can make me
disown
like
him.
Binger at this point.
At this point.
I'm hating Richards. Binger's pushing the boundaries on what his job is. Is Richards doing his job? Hell no.
Richards isn't, but Binger is literally misrepresenting law, facts, and
Yes.
everything
I'm
to
not
the
saying-
court knowingly.
I'm not trying to justify Binger. Binger's an evil prick. But I'm saying is at least he's advocating for what he's supposed to be advocating for. Where the hell is freaking Richards?
Well, I don't know about in the States, but here the prosecutor is supposed to be an advocate for justice. And
Yes.
I
That's
don't
what here
think
is
that that's
too.
what Binger is advocating for here.
True.
You're exactly right.
Yeah,
It's
and that's
supposed to be
why
to get to the truth and to find justice, and that's not what he's doing.
He faults him for not staying over to administer first aid. And then when he explains that the mob was chasing him, he says, well, how did you think the mob was going to react after you just shot somebody? So it's an impossible situation for Kyle, one way or the
Yeah.
other.
You're supposed to just let the mob tear you to bits.
How did you
Your
not
Honor.
think complete-
Go ahead.
Yeah, how did you not think completely clearly during the first 15 seconds after you shot someone dead for the first time in your life? How is it that your mind was like not exactly focused on calling this person versus that one? What is
No, but
what is
911.
questioning?
He already
Also-
testified that 911 was useless.
Yeah.
What does it matter if he told them whatever he told them? Why does it matter?
You actually have
wasn't
no
giving a
duty to
statement.
call 911 in a self-defense situation either. Like, you don't have to. It's a good idea, but you don't have to do it. It's not part of the equation.
Yeah. Would have been
Going back to
irrelevant if he
West-
cracked open a beer right afterwards and
Exactly.
taken a
Going back to
selfie with the
Westlaw.
corpse.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
And I went to the police, and they told me to get the fuck back and pepper spray.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Yeah, I think I actually heard him say I had to.
I can't hear anything from
Exact
that.
words. I'm going to the police. I did not shoot anyone.
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being chased by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Authentic.
Let's play exhibit 5,
Another
please.
why question.
Right.
But he's getting,
Why?
he's
There's
getting away
no
with-
reason to
yes,
ask
it's
a
good
why
answer.
question on cross.
No, if he's Rittenhouse has got his wits about him. Why did you do it? Because a mob was chasing me down the street. I mean,
Yeah, that was the answer. God
Yes.
bless this kid.
On cross-examination, you do not ask why questions. You do not, because you just give them so
never
much
goes
room
well.
to give
Yeah.
their answer, not your answer.
It's basically the weasel out of this,
This is the BG on the
opening.
scene video. Go ahead.
One little, two little, three
Pause.
little batteries.
Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Heard about these two
You
people who tried to
testified
hit
that
you.
After a few more feet, you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your attorney was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
From getting hit, yes.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased.
No,
That was
that's
why
not what he said.
That's
right?
Are you testifying?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue.
Object to that, Richard.
I mean, but it doesn't hurt him.
There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards you and attempts to kick you, correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him. Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
Good
Good answer.
You intended
speculation on religion.
with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Did you even care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
That's not going through my head.
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
Good answer.
In this moment, you're
Care about
making
not
a
dying.
deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice.
That night
correct?
encompasses
Yes,
this
That
moment.
wasn't an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range to this individual, correct?
Yes.
And you knew full well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to kill him?
About 66% chance based on the case today.
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him. But shot at him.
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
No.
I didn't want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
die.
Because he's attacking me. And he's stomping my face in. Jumping and kicking my face in.
That you didn't see any weapons.
Are you
Oh
fucking
my
kidding
god!
me?
No, I couldn't.
didn't see a
His
gun.
foot was too close to my
You didn't
face.
see a knife.
No.
You didn't see a bat or a club.
What an insane,
You didn't see
stupid
a chain.
question.
No.
All he uses is 1 foot, correct?
Oh, just that.
Just that. While a mob is bearing on me, saying
Yeah.
kill him.
How many people have been kicked to death? Oh, lots.
More than
Well,
rifles.
If he gets knocked
Clearly.
out, he's dead.
You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening,
This is
you didn't know
unduly
the name of
prejudicial.
Anthony Huber, did you?
It's,
It's not.
there's
until
no
this moment in
material
this evening,
question
you
of whether or
had
not he
never
shot him, whether or
Had
not
any
he killed him.
interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to
You
say?
could argue for completeness, though.
Yes.
And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand.
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
Oh
You
my
didn't see a
god.
knife.
This is such
You
stupid
didn't see a
question.
bat.
Every
No.
stupid
You didn't see a
time.
club.
He doesn't have to be armed
All
for it to
he's
be
got is his
self-defense.
skateboard, right?
You
And
see-
grabbing
In the head
my
with
gun.
twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
Skateboards can be a deadly weapon.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
He's pulling for my
He was attacking me, so I pulled the trigger.
And
Good
you
answer.
knew that when you pulled that trigger, that bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
No.
I can't say. I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
The end of that gun was pointed directly at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
Still on a quarter of a
Yes.
second.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Huber at that moment, didn't you?
No.
Sorry.
What did you think was going to happen then?
Oh,
You got a
ask that
gun
again.
that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull the trigger.
He makes
What
it like
did you
this is like a
think was gonna
10-minute decision.
I was going to make
If I
him
didn't
stop
pull the
attacking
trigger,
me.
I thought Mr. Huber was going to kill me.
Maybe
Very
I
good.
just phrase my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger of the
Answer
AR-15
differently.
and it is directly against Anthony Huber's chest, what did you think was going to happen
He
to
would
Anthony
stop
Huber?
killing
He would
me.
stop trying to kill me. Yeah.
Or be a threat to my safety.
Because
Yes.
he'd be
Good
dead.
answer.
He was drilled on
Because
this.
he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Nice.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived and died?
We didn't.
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety, correct?
Oh my God. Yes.
How
The next
dare he?
shooting is of Gaige Grosskreutz. We have stopped the video at a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Yes.
Your gun is pointed at him, isn't it?
No.
No, it's not.
No,
That's
it's
a
not.
pointer
Pointed
angle.
downward towards his feet.
Thank you.
It's not even towards his feet.
It's
He was
pointed
sideways.
at his body, some part of his body, correct?
Yes.
I don't think it is.
And he's no threat to
In
you
that
at this
direction.
moment.
I wouldn't admit to that.
Is
It's
he?
not. It's sideways.
In front of him with a gun.
That's an argument you can make. I'm asking a question of the witness.
Oh, you rule on your own objections now, Bigger?
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
Thank
you saw
you.
that gun.
Yes.
So at the
Saw
moment,
that.
throughout all of these moments of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And
Oh.
you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
This
At
is
particular moment,
atrocious.
he's not pointing
Ridiculous.
his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him.
No,
Correct?
Is your gun bigger than his gun? Is
It's a
that where we're
terrible
going?
picture.
Yes,
Size
that is
matters.
exactly it. He's supposed to get shot with the, you know,
From another angle, you
Just
can see
looking
he's
at
not
the
pointing it
video,
at him.
I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it towards
Nice.
that, but I believe in the whole video I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Excellent answer. Call him
Love
out.
that answer.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Rittenhouse, why?
No, because you're an idiot.
Gaige
No,
Grosskreutz,
I caught myself.
with
Sorry.
a pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you with an AR-15 pointed at him is not a threat to kill
It's not
him
pointed at him.
at this moment.
Are you serious?
Can you
I'm
help me
not charging
understand
him.
that?
He's charging me.
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well,
As
first,
I'm on the
He
ground.
hasn't done that yet, has he?
Oh my God.
oh,
again, I
wow.
ask you,
I didn't
in
shoot him
this
yet.
moment,
I didn't shoot him
You
yet.
told us Gaige Grosskreutz is a threat to you right now.
yes,
He is.
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him.
It's not aimed at
Why
him.
is
not
he
aimed
more
at
of a
him.
threat to you than you are to
Wait,
him?
that's
Because he chased him
You-
down, you moron.
being at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber,
Oh,
correct?
he's a police.
Yeah.
He's
Right
the
after you fired
avenging
two
angel.
shots at almost
doesn't know
point
Huber's
blank
dead.
range at the man running towards the camera right now and missing him, correct?
Yes,
After he kicked me in the face.
And you're telling us Gaige Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
Yes, I'm the one on my
Yes.
feet.
Yes.
yeah, I'm the one not on my feet with someone advancing on me. So yes.
I've
With a
changed my
deadly
mind.
weapon. Can we
Kyle
please
Rittenhouse
pull up
should have been
exhibit
there that
number
night
80,
because God must have wanted
beginning
these people to
at
die.
frame 468.
There's no.
Let's go to
The-
frame
you imagine-
468. That's great.
Imagine the stupidity of these questions. He says the other questions. So nobody had a weapon, nobody had chains, nobody had nothing. Now with this guy, oh, so he only had a gun and it wasn't pointed directly at you.
Only
at
a
that
pistol.
moment.
And by the way, it's really the angle of that picture of that still. When you look at other angles, it's not even aimed at Gaige.
729
It's
And that'll
horizontal.
happen. That'll happen in
PG
closing, I think.
Audio video that we just
On
watched.
redirect.
This is
Come on,
prepared
redirect.
by James Armstrong.
It should, but that'll be
This
probably
timeline.
tomorrow.
I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start
Thank
at
the Lord.
frame 468.
He's going to show
and we're
728 of
gonna
them.
go frame to frame from there until frame 500.
He's going to show them until we break for the evening.
He's going to show 728 of them, about 100 times each.
That looks like it's pointed at the ground.
Yep.
Mr. Stu, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I
Oh my God.
Remember
Why?
when frame by frame video was enough to get an acquittal for Rodney for the
Rodney King
in the Rodney King
beating.
case, and that was decided to be prejudicial,
Yeah.
an unfair and inaccurate
Yes.
depiction.
Yeah, because this is not
This is
happening frame by
immediately
frame.
after
Yes.
Gaige Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you.
Lawyers,
He's not stopped. Look at his legs.
You are
He
doing
looks. He
something
stopped in the
with your
frame.
firearm at that moment.
He's playing freeze
Yeah,
tag.
exactly.
yes.
You were asked some questions about what you were doing at that moment.
Where's the objection?
Is
on
it
that?
fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it? You're examining it?
Yes.
Oh, is he trying to get to
But
the
your
racking?
testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue.
Maybe if you squint long enough.
You can't see.
Get ready to say bicep.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, that's painful.
500 shows you firing your AR-15 towards Gaige Grosskreutz. At this particular moment, he does not have that pistol pointed towards you. Does
Oh
he?
my good God, that's his argument.
His left
He hasn't shot
leg
you yet, has he?
is stepped across in an not directly towards you, but to the
I
side.
thought you said he was standing
of you.
there.
Correct?
Yes.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you. Correct?
To hold you.
Yes.
To hug you.
He never steps back and puts the gun in both hands.
No, if he
in a
stepped
ready
back,
aim
that would be
position
retreating,
towards
you
does he?
moron.
He doesn't do that.
Ridiculous.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
Objection,
No, he does
stupidity.
just pointing it directly at my head.
Because, like Grosskreutz said, he never
That's
had the
way he was gonna
opportunity.
shoot you?
He showed him.
Yeah.
He should have made a record of what the
He ran
defendant
up
was doing.
close to you to shoot you?
Yes.
You understand that he could have taken that gun if he wanted to and shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away.
If he wasn't
right?
an idiot.
But he didn't.
That is a completely speculative question. What?
Yeah,
Sorry,
objection.
I'm trying to understand the question.
Good.
Your
The speculative
pistol
question.
like that doesn't
Kyle
need to
was
be
objecting
right up
for
close to
himself.
someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you and
Calls for
fired his
speculation.
pistol at you, couldn't you?
How could?
He
He's-
could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believed he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
I have no idea. He had a
You
gun
didn't think he
pointed
was
at
going
my
to take
face.
your gun away, did you?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
With his pistol,
Yes.
No, with the,
which he never
Oh,
actually
like with the
does.
small gun?
Correct?
never
He
actually
never
does.
They never
does.
actually shot you.
He never
Okay.
fires that gun at you at all.
No.
Oh my
In
God.
fact,
Make sure he
in
wouldn't.
this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Calls for speculation.
Mr. Zeminski
I don't know.
fired a gun from behind me.
There you go.
Hmm.
Did Mr. Zeminski fire that gun at you?
I don't know.
believe so.
What do you base that on? Did you see it?
The video.
Did you see it?
No.
It was
That's
behind
you're
me.
talking about
Heard
back
it.
when the incident with Mr.
Heard it.
Rosenbaum happens, correct?
Yes.
That happened while you and Mr. Rosenbaum are running across the car source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
I heard it.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
and then someone said F
So
you and
that
tried to grab my gun.
gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
We've been down this road already, Counselor.
He doesn't know that.
Oh, I see what your question is now. Okay. You didn't think that the shot which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
So you heard a
Okay.
gunshot. You now know that was Joshua
Irrelevant.
Zeminski based on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yeah.
know.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Oh my God.
Yes.
When you heard that gunshot, you didn't know whether it was fired
Actually,
at
you might.
you or up in the air or
Actually,
at
you might.
Rosenbaum or
Different
anyone
times.
else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed.
Correct.
Correct? You didn't feel it hit you. Correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you. Correct?
Correct.
You
Is Richard
received
trying to
no
portray that he
indication
doesn't care about
that
this
that
testimony?
gunshot was going to put your life in danger. Correct?
I don't know.
There were gunshots going off all night long, weren't there?
What? There's no testimony or evidence about that.
Firecrackers,
Fireworks,
gunshots.
yeah.
Hard to tell the difference.
Yeah.
Right after you kill Rosenbaum, there's 3 shots right after that, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
It's have restraint.
They weren't
So-
chasing me.
Getting back to my original question. In this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
After you kill Anthony Huber, shoot Gaige Grosskreutz, and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody
No.
scatters?
No, nothing in the road.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15,
Yes.
and the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes.
You still have your medic bag,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Correct, you don't?
Correct.
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
He said I tried.
You didn't know at that point whether he was alive or dead, did you?
I didn't.
You never went over to check, did you?
No.
You didn't know whether it was
The guy
possible
tried to shoot me in the
save his life
face.
at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking. Correct?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gaige Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do anything to help him.
Trying
do
to
you?
kill him.
He was trying to
just
kill me,
decide
sir.
To get out of there as fast as you can.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they were trying to kill me.
I was still being chased by a mob of people who would vote for you.
You didn't administer first aid to the man who had a gun that was pointed at your direction after you shot him.
Don't you
Shame
wish
on
Richards would come up and be like, do you think Mr. Binger is so mad because you killed 2 of his voters?
I think this is such frustrating questioning because it's just repetitive and there's no objections, but it will be interesting to see what redirect looks
If
like
you had
because
seen
the
it-
defense gets to ask questions again.
We're
Someone
going to
on
drag
the
this
chat
out
with
till
a gun,
redirects tomorrow.
and the crowd
They will.
that person just shot someone.
He might not even come across today.
You would have taken action to
He
stop
doesn't
him
want to
yourself,
because he
wouldn't
wants to get into
That's
the
right.
pinch and zoom and he needs time to get that
You're running
expo.
around putting out fires, aren't
He
you?
doesn't
Yeah.
want to finish.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
You went around offering medical service because you didn't think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't you?
Yes, thank you.
Goes to the crowd's reaction to him, Your Honor. I think
What
he would
is-
have reacted the same way.
Well, I'd let him answer. He'll have a good answer.
The crowd is important in terms
The judge doesn't like it.
factor that bears on some of the counts as to what the surroundings were. Otherwise, the crowd is unimportant, and what the crowd, what he
Judge
might
is
have done
tired of this.
vis-a-vis the crowd is,
Mhm.
I don't see where we're going.
The crowd's state of mind is not relevant. Kyle's perception
When
of the
you
crowd's
got-
state of mind might be,
Back to that police line.
insofar as he has to defend himself.
And what'd you say? They pepper sprayed you?
I believe so, but I don't remember it.
They told you to get out of the road.
Yes.
Because they were going in there to do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people get the shot, right?
Yeah.
Calls for wild
And then you went
speculation.
back after that to the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
Oh, please.
Oh, give me a break.
Individual. I was saying I just shot someone. I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet you decided to flee, didn't you?
I don't recall.
No.
You didn't stick around for the police, did you?
I went to go turn myself into the Antioch Police Department.
I went to their
A couple
car.
of hours later.
They penetrated me.
It wasn't a couple hours ago, it kind of was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
He turned himself in. The witness
Space.
answered.
Good answer, sir.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
He was walking to the police with his
And
hands up.
in
We've all seen
between
this.
leaving
God.
that location in downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there.
Try this another way.
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no.
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
No.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea that there was social media out there with your picture and your name as the shooter.
I'm trying to recall, but
Objection relevance?
No, I mean, even if he knew or didn't know, he probably
I'm
suspected it
trying
was
to
the
remember.
case.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Trying to say the only reason he turned himself in was because of that.
Who
Oh, yeah, no,
cares?
Which is
Yeah,
irrelevant.
He has
It
no
is.
reason
Completely
to turn
irrelevant.
himself in.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. How are all these after event incidents? What do they matter? And they could be highly prejudicial.
It is highly prejudicial.
Oh, he stopped
Oh,
talking.
done.
Oh,
He sat down.
Redirect.
no further,
Finally.
no redirect.
Your Honor, I have a witness. But before that, call that witness. I need to use the men's room.
How about a
Wait,
5 to
what?
10 minute break? Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here
I'm
in the library.
confused.
What?
Kyle, step down.
No redirect.
Why wouldn't you redirect? They
I-
gave
Oh
you
my
time.
God.
I would have done it a very limited redirect,
Right.
Yeah.
just to
Ask him
say
4
this all
questions.
this all happened in a matter of what, minutes, seconds, what, and just leave it at that.
I'm not a big fan of redirects normally because usually what you do is you highlight all the places you got it that where they scored points. But this is the time. Like this is where you
Maybe he figures he doesn't want pinch and zoom expert to come in there, and if he redirects, that'll give time for a recross. So maybe
Yeah.
his thought is, I don't want to have that recross. You lost pinch and zoom, you lost all that video. I don't want that coming in, and whatever I can fix, I can improve on redirect is not worth
Maybe-
that recross.
Maybe
Well,
that's
they
it.
might
He's
still
gonna
be able
wait
to.
and
They might still
Fine,
be able
but
to recall Kyle though, right?
Well,
For
if
that
you
purpose?
redirect and then they want to re-examine, what would they do? I mean, Alita, they'll bring up some of the inconsistencies, how many seconds it took, but that's already in the evidence. So for argumentation, I don't know what else they would be able to get in redirect out of Kyle that wouldn't, in theory, open Binger to come back and say, oh, now I can ask more questions because I didn't know they were going to ask that. Plus, the jury might be totally disinterested, and Richards might see that to give him some credit for not
and the
objecting.
jury might just hate Binger at this point.
Yeah.
Like I don't
Who
think
doesn't?
that cross played as Binger hoped it would.
It did not.
If the chat is reflective of the sentiment of Binger, 1,000% of the jury members hate Binger.
I mean,
You hope.
I get a read just from looking at things like I like to look at people who disagree with me on Twitter and look for the reasonable voices
really?
there, the ones who are reasonable but disagreeing. And I'm watching them going, this is ugly. I'm watching them say this, they're feeling bad for Kyle because of what's just happened here. I don't think he scored I don't think any of those punches landed.
So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at Lafroig. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the wide shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.